delay, but thank you for your patience. Thank you for being here. For those of you in person, for those of you live streaming, and also for our folks attending on Catalina Island. I will ask our legal counsel to take a roll and establish a quorum.
Thank you. Member Lopez?
Present.
Vice President Otto?
Here.
President Craighead?
Here.
Member Benitez?
Here.
Member Miller?
Here.
And Student Member Arroyo?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And now I will ask our student representative, Valerie Llamas, to lead us in the pledge.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Valerie. For those of you present in the room and at Avalon, the board appreciates and supports community input at our meetings. During the meeting, there will be time for public to comment on matters on the agenda and matters not on the agenda. The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's agenda. The board took action on the following items. On item 3.1, the board voted 5-0 to approve the expulsion of student ID number 201152052 and to suspend the enforcement of the expulsion order pursuant to Education Code Section 48917 and provide an opportunity for the student to attend another school within the district. The student will be eligible to apply for readmission after January 23rd, 2026. On item 3.2, the board took the following actions. The board voted 5-0 to approve the resignation agreement for certificated employee number E00537300. The board voted 4-1, with member Lopez voting no, to adopt resolution number 050725-C, terminating services of several classified employees for lack of work and or lack of funds. On item 3.3, the board voted 5-0 to approve the appointment of an acting principal. And I will ask Dr. Ahn to provide some specific information.
Great, thank you. Tonight begins our administrator promotional season. Administrator promotions will be shared in open session, and non-promotional changes or lateral moves in administrative assignments will be posted after 5 p.m. on the LBUSD homepage on the day of the board meeting. So for tonight's announcement, I will turn it over to Mr. Zaid.
I would like to announce Miss Sharita Clemens, who will be moving from assistant principal at Dooley to acting principal at Nieto Herrera Elementary School. She was the former assistant principal at Nieto Herrera, and we're excited about her leadership.
Thank you. Dr. Ahn, was there more, or that's the extent of the report? Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, we have the adoption of the agenda. Ms. Takahashi, you had something?
Yes, staff requests the following amendment to the agenda. Item 15.8 of the consent calendar, the purchasing and contracts report. Item 60D, membership approval with the Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce to reflect the originator as the superintendent of schools for the amount of $795.
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Discussion? If I could just have you repeat that one more time, please. Item number
15.8, 60D.
Okay, and it's just the originator of that
And the amount of the membership.
and the amount. Okay. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Then the agenda is adopted as amended. Okay, so tonight we're lucky enough to have two students. So we will hear first from Valerie, who led us in the pledge. She is from Browning, and then after Valerie, we will hear from Viviana Valenzuela from Cabrillo. So I will ask Valerie to join us, and and this is your time to tell us about Browning.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Baker, executive staff, and all of the guests here tonight. I'm Valerie Llamas, a junior at Browning. I am also an ASB representative from our school. This past Saturday was our LBUSD thematic school prom. All of our schools came together for a night filled with fun, dancing, food, and more at the Fullerton Event Center. This is just one of our many events that has been happening at Browning that gets to get the students excited and stuff. We also recently had a lot of students participate in a CCAP culinary competition where two of our juniors placed within the top 10 of all juniors that participated, one of which being able to take an all-expenses paid trip to New York City this summer for a training experience. Also, 3 of our CCAP seniors were able to get scholarships through the CCAP competition. Next Friday will be our spring festival, where all of our clubs will be able to sell things and fundraise just to help build more community at Browning as well. And on May 30th, we'll be hosting our annual Senior Awards Night to commemorate the hard work and dedication our Bison have provided through their years at Browning. Our seniors will be given awards and medals to signify the achievements that they have made at Browning. Coming up on June 5th, it's really exciting. Our second group of Browning seniors will be able to walk the stage at Veterans Stadium as they get their associate's degree alongside other LBCC students. And then after the commemoration at Veterans Stadium, on June 10th, we are excited to send off our graduating class of 2025, wishing them nothing but luck in their future as they go on for great things. Thank you so much for your time. I would just like to thank Dr. Ramont as well for doing so much for our school. Go Bison!
Yeah, Valerie, we don't want you to leave too soon. Usually the board members have questions or comments or something, and you've given a shout out to your principal. Is there anybody else that's here to support you that you'd like to mention?
Like from the school?
Could be your family, could be...
My mom is here.
If that's your mom, please do not forget your mother on this eve of Mother's Day thing. And so also, you mentioned there will be the second graduating class at Long Beach City College. Mm-hmm. So are you taking classes? Are you taking City College classes as a junior? I
am. I have been throughout all of my years at Browning, and I'm on track to graduate with my associate's degree.
Nice.
Well, we love hearing that, and we are going to love hearing from you next year when you're a senior and you have some maybe more solid plans about where you'll be going after that.
Yeah.
So thank you. So I'm going to have you go back and sit down a minute. We're going to hear from our next student, and then we're going to take a little moment to do pictures.
Okay.
So, Valerie, we're going to now hear from Viviana, and I'm loving all the V's. So welcome, Viviana.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Baker, board members, fellow JAGs, and LBUSD guests. Thank you all for having me here today. My name is Viviana Valenzuela, and it's such an honor to represent Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo High School. Before I begin, I'd like to give thanks to those who have supported me up to this moment and who are here today. Thank you to my parents, who have guided me throughout my educational journey and life, as well as my brothers, family, friends, teachers, and staff at Cabrillo. My success and upbringing have been greatly influenced by these people. Prior to attending Cabrillo, I went to John Muir K-8 Academy. Currently, I'm in CED, Cabrillo Engineering and Design pathway. Furthermore, I'm the president of the Girls in Engineering, Mathematics, and Science Club, GEMS, ASB Social Media Director, a member of the Pet Flag Team, Jules, a member of the Cabrillo Engineering and Design Club, a member of the Avid Club, a principal honor roll student, a valedictorian, and an active member in my local church. After attending Cabrillo for 4 years, I have seen the campus grow and develop into a place filled with endless possibilities and opportunities for students to grow successful and prepared to face the future ahead of them. This is done by the events held on campus, pathways, clubs, sports, classes, and the support from teachers and staff. To begin, the events on our campus such as Senior Sunrise, Homecoming, School-wide pep rallies, picnics, blood drives, winter formal, connection weeks, winter holiday project, pathway competitions, Latino, Latina, Hispanic Heritage Month, Filipino Heritage Month, LGBTQ History Month, Dia de los Muertos, Native American Heritage, Lunar New Year, Black History Month, Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Women's History Month, night rallies, prom, and club-held events allow students to express their heritage, build long-lasting memories, and explore their passions. Here at Cabrillo, we celebrate diversity and foster an inclusive environment where students from different backgrounds can learn and grow together. On campus, we have 4 unique pathways that introduce students to different career paths. Cabrillo Engineering and Design embodies the definition of family. CED students are provided with opportunities to network with professionals for a career aligned with STEM. This is done by the impressive field trips, clubs, competition teams. The field trips held by CED introduce students to different forms of engineering and how it's implemented in the world around us. These field trips include Tall Sales, National Academy of Engineering, Edwards Life Science, Cal Poly SLO, Glider Flights Project with the U.S. Air Force, and Edwards Air Force Base Mentoring. We have an active First Robotics team, TARC, our rocketry team, Drone Soccer team, Vex Robotics, Gamma Aviation Design Challenge, Purple Comet Math Competition, CIF Shed Build Competition, Science Buddies Design Challenge, Electric Vehicles, and Cyber Patriot, which is our cybersecurity team. Our drone soccer team in particular has competed in Germany for the International Drone Soccer Competition and in New York for the U.S. National Finals for Drone Soccer, which we just recently took second place for. GEMS and CED hosted its 11th annual Women in STEM event on Friday, March 7th, which I helped lead, where female students had the opportunity to network with female professionals. CalJ, Cabrillo's academic of law and justice. Oh my goodness. It's been a busy year for CalJ. With its expanded learning opportunities for students. Our guest speaker series brought over 20 professionals from various law and justice fields to campus, highlighting the diverse career paths. Students also participated in Public Service Day with LBPD and Law Day, where they explored how the Constitution impact with professionals. Off-campus learning included trips to UCI, FX Studios, local courthouses, and the A.K. Warren Water faculty. Students engaged in legal systems through 2 mock trials in our popular teen court, where they serve as jurors in real cases. We invite all the board members to join us on our final teen court session on Wednesday, May 14th at 4 p.m. AGL, Cabrillo's Academy of Global Logistics. Students in AGL pathway attend the Trans-Pacific Maritime Conference in Long Beach, a major global event focused on shipping, logistics, and trade. They interview industry leaders and heard a keynote speaker, Joe Bolton, discuss how global issues impact the supply chains. As a part of the mentoring program, AGL's juniors participate in 4 sessions with professionals to refine their elevator pitch, improve resumes, practice mock interviews, and create a post-high school plans. AGL thanks the 50-plus mentors who have supported the students' success. SACMA, Specialized Academy of Computer, Media, Arts, and Animation, is designed for students who are passionate about animation, digital art, and computer media. This program has unique trips and projects that are more than just fun. They offer real-world insight into creative careers and give us a meaningful way to apply our skills. For example, seniors had the exciting chance to attend a creative writing workshop at Disney California Adventure, where they learned how to storytell, shape, animation, and digital art. We visited top museums like the Museum of Latin American Art, the Getty Center, and the Academy Museum, deepening our appreciation for art and its cultural roots. At SACMA, we partnered with the Aquarium of the Pacific to design logos for the Pacific Circle Group, some of which printed on real merchandise, making the experience feel truly professional. Animation students also created short films about the Pacific sea life, combining storytelling and motion graphics to promote ocean education. One distinguished aspect on our campus is our clubs. Students and their advisors carefully craft each club to highlight a student's passion, heritage, or community. Some clubs I would like to particularly highlight are Healing Hearts Club, GEMS, Latinx Club, PI Club, BSU Club, Sama Sama Club, Female Leadership Academy, Avid Club, and Tangle Club. These clubs introduce students to different aspects of their lives. Healing Heart Club introduced students to the medical field through events. GEMS introduced female students to the world of STEM. Latinx Club, PI Club, BSU Club, Sama Sama Club allow students to explore their culture. Female Leadership Academy empowers female students. Avid Club helps build a connection with community service. And Tangle Club encourages students to explore their tastes in fashion. These are just a handful of clubs on campus. Several of our student athletic teams have demonstrated outstanding dedication and skill this season, earning a well-deserved spot in playoffs. The boys basketball team and wrestling team showcased resilience and teamwork throughout the season, securing places in CIF playoffs. Our flag football and girls soccer team, impressed with their strategic play and determination, advanced into playoffs as strong teams. Track and field athletics also delivered remarkable performances, pushing through the next level with grit and force. Additionally, both girls and boys water polo made waves with their hand-fought victories, each earning a covenant playoff position. Congratulations to all of our student athletes for their incredible achievements. One standout feature at Cabrillo High School is its dedicated and experienced faculty. Teachers at Cabrillo are passionate about their students and about their subjects and committed to helping students succeed both academically and personally. They create a supportive, nurturing environment that encourages students to reach their full potential. Along with this, the counselors and college advisors who work with students to overcome challenges, prep them for college, and be a helping hand whenever needed. I'd especially like to shout out Mr. Fisher, Mr. Flores, Mr. Santos, Ms. Marquez, Ms. Kim, Ms. Tina, and my college advisors, Ms. Bravo, Mr. Ramirez, and Ashley. They have helped me and countless other students achieve their goals, encouraging them to pursue a higher education, providing emotional support, and opening a door to a bright future. I'm forever grateful for them. A special shout out to our principal, Ms. Nguyen, and our assistant principal, Ms. Itzen, who have elevated and uplifted our Jaguar spirit. Along with its extracurriculars and academic programs, Cabrillo High School emphasizes community service involvement. Through the service projects and volunteer activities, the school encourages students to give back to the community. Students gain empathy and a sense of responsibility from the dedication to the community involvement, preparing them to be an active, compassionate member of society. Additionally, Cabrillo High School offers a robust college and career counseling to assist students in exploring their post-secondary options and navigating the college application process. The school's College and Career Center has a committed counselors, like the ones I mentioned before, who work closely with students. Our fantastic College and Career Center program offers assistance and direction required to guarantee our success, regardless of whether students intend to seek further education or enter the workforce. All things considered, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo High School is more than a school. It's a community made of unique experiences that go hand in hand with academics and extracurriculars. It allows students to grow and learn about themselves and the world around them. With the support of their family, friends, and faculty, students leave Cabrillo filled with memories, ambition, and prepared to be successful in college, career, and beyond. Finally, I am very proud to say that my tia Maria Isabel Lopez is a member of the Long Beach Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. And would you like to acknowledge anybody who's here supporting you tonight?
My mom, my Nina Irene, my cousin Tati, and my two brothers Vicente and Jose, and my ASB director, Miss Lay.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a brief pause, and we'll have our students come up, Valerie, Viviana, and we'll do some pictures. Thank you, everyone. It's always such a bright spot in the night to hear from students. It's the most And we didn't lose the overhead light, so that's good. But we do, okay. I'll wait just a second and see about these technical difficulties, because the next thing on the, oh, we're good? Oh, okay, yes. While we're waiting to get back online to direct our attention to the screens, we will hear from Alana.
We'd like to recognize this month as Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Asian American and Native Pacific Islander is a broad term. It encompasses the entire continent of Asia, including East, South, and Southeast Asia, and the Pacific islands of Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. Exploring the history of Asian American and Native Pacific Islander communities unveils their rich cultural heritage, resilience, and significant contributions to the nation. Whether through pivotal roles in constructing the Transcontinental Railroad or engaging in civil rights activism, AANHPI individuals have left a lasting impact on American history, championing justice and diversity. And with that, we'd like to extend an invitation to our community to attend the inaugural Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Celebration. It will be Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Cabrillo High School. There will be student performances, food and vendors, lively music, and LBUSD and community resources. And we also have the resolution of the Board of Education supporting Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas, as informed, educated citizenry is the foundation for the success of our democracy, our economy, and America's future. And whereas, thousands of dedicated teachers in the Long Beach Unified School District inspire, motivate, and mold the minds of our future workforce and leaders. And whereas, no other profession touches the lives of so many individuals with such profound and lasting effects. And whereas, the impacts of excellent teaching last a lifetime, grows in value over time, and pay dividends far beyond the classroom in terms of quality of life. And whereas the Long Beach Unified School District continues to be recognized as a leading school system thanks in large part to our dedicated teachers. And whereas our teachers deserve special recognition for persevering in their noble pursuit of educational excellence and equity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District hereby proclaims May 5th to 9th as Teacher Appreciation Week and urges everyone to observe this week by taking time to remember, thank, and honor those who devote their lives to delivering the lasting gift of a world-class education. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. A couple of very significant things. Our inaugural celebration for our AAPI community at Cabrillo, and also to acknowledge our teachers. And while you were reading that, I noticed that the screens became functional again, so I think it's okay if we direct our attention to the screens for our vision in action. And also, I just want to say, this turnaround was impressive because this event am I correct in saying this event just happened Saturday and now you have a video for us to watch? Incredible.
Let me share that there are moments in history when time feels like it bends. When what once seemed far away suddenly seems like it's close. Today is such a day.
So today, the Long Beach Unified School District has opened its Center of Black Student Excellence, and I couldn't be more excited as I can see generations of young men and young women coming here, not only for the support that they need, but more importantly, just uplifting our Black community in particular and all the great successes that we have.
I think for me as a parent, knowing that there's a safe place for my kid to interact with other kids, that knowing that there are other adults, I think it takes a village to raise a child, and being able to see people come together like this feels really good and makes it feel more like home.
It means Black people like me can learn and have a great life.
This ribbon we prepare to sever on today is not just cloth. It is a symbol of struggle and strength. It is the severing away of the knot. and the ceremonial start of the right now.
And I'll just say, or maybe I'll ask, do we have the speech from Mr. Zaid like in its entirety? Because if you ever need a pick-me-up, you need to listen to that speech. That was really incredible. But thank you to our, to our team for getting that to us within like hours of the actual event. That was really incredible. Thank you. Okay, so next on the agenda we have public hearings. So this is the time set aside for public hearings regarding the following. Number one, bargaining proposals from the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit A, to Long Beach Unified School District. Number two, bargaining proposals from the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit B, to Long Beach Unified School District. And number three, bargaining proposals from Long Beach Unified School District to the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit A and B. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to these items? It doesn't look like we have anybody who wishes to speak on the items. So seeing no one here who wishes to speak on the items, I declare the hearing closed, and we will move on with our very packed agenda. So that takes us to public testimony on items listed on the agenda. Mr. Rial?
We have 21 speakers listed for items on the agenda.
Okay.
President Craighead, given that we have important items on our agenda and that they've been on an agenda being carried forward, I would ask our board to consider extending time to account for those speakers that made some time today to come speak to us.
Would you like to make that in the form of a motion?
Yes. I move.
Discussion? All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0 with a preferential vote. So we will extend time and hear from all of our speakers. Speakers, if you could be mindful of the fact that we have twice as many as that the allotted time is designated for, that would be helpful. So we'll begin.
Okay, the first speaker is Maria Esperanza Salgado, followed by Marisol Alcacer.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Esperanza Salgado. Vivo por más de 28 años en la ciudad de Long Beach. Tengo 2 hijos adultos y soy casada. Mi real historia personal es que me da miedo escuchar tantos testimonios de mamás preocupadas porque sus hijos están muy vulnerables. Por lo que las siglas ICE tiene poder en sus hogares. Tienen papás trabajadores y responsables que día a día salen sin saber si regresarán a casa y si los podrán recibir con un abrazo. Y lo peor es que hay, y ustedes como distrito deberían apoyar a estos padres, dándoles la confianza que sus hijos estarán seguros en las escuelas y no serán señalados como hijos de criminales, que es como dice el presidente actual. Yo me identifico con sus historias. Llegamos en el año 1995 y todo era miedo. No digas que no tienes papeles. Mis hijos terminaron high school y el mayor la universidad. Ahora pregunto, ¿qué ustedes harán para que ICE no pase las puertas de las escuelas? Mi último punto, y no podía dejarlo pasar, es que yo debería de estar en la escuela de adultos en estos momentos, aquí en Long Beach. En la escuela de la Willow y Redondo, pero por un comentario entre compañeros sobre migración, entré en miedo y me propuse no continuar. Lo seguiré más adelante. Estoy en el 4º nivel, pero mi meta es seguir estudiando y especializarme en el área de salud. ¿Lo lograré? No sé, pero sí me sentí vulnerable. Imagínense los niños que todavía no están listos para este tema de migración. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Good evening. My name is Esperanza Salgado, and I lived in Long Beach for over 28 years. I have 2 adult children, and I am married. My personal story is that it scares me to hear so many testimonies from worried mothers because their children are very vulnerable. The acronym ICE has power in their homes. They're hardworking, responsible parents who go out every day not knowing if they'll return home or if they'll be able to be greeted with a hug. The worst thing is that ICE and you as a district that you as a district should support these parents by giving them the confidence that their children will be safe in schools and won't be labeled as children of criminals as the current precedent states they are. I identify with the stories of people because when I arrived in 1995, I lived every day in fear. I lived every day in fear to say that I didn't have any papers. My children finished high school, and my oldest also went to college. Now I'm asking, what will you do to keep ICE from entering schools? My last point is very important, and I believe it's too important to skip. I was supposed to be enrolled in adult school in Long Beach right now, but because of a racist comment that one of my colleagues made regarding immigration, I became very fearful. This discouraged me from continuing my education. I am in level 4 right now, and my goal is to keep studying and eventually specialize in the area of health and wellness. Even though I hold fear, I'll try my best to keep going. And if we're scared right now, imagine those kids who haven't even finished developing. Hearing this news makes me vulnerable. Now imagine how this makes kids feel. They should be protected from discriminatory immigration threats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marisol Alsasser, followed by Lilia Ocampo.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la educación. Mi nombre es Marisol Alcocer, soy residente de Long Beach. Hace 30 años he tenido 4 estudiantes en el distrito de Long Beach. Actualmente tengo un hijo en 6º grado en Hamilton Middle School. Soy madre de un estudiante. Estoy preocupada por la situación que los estudiantes en las escuelas no se sientan seguros. He escuchado a otros padres preocupados por no saber cómo están llevando a cabo el proceso sobre el tema de inmigración en las escuelas. Y por favor que les hagan saber a los padres que las escuelas serán seguras y por lo tanto los estudiantes estarán seguros en los planteles escolares todo el tiempo. Sin miedo ni temor. Queremos educación, no deportación. Muchas gracias.
Mr. Real, just for a matter of public record, where these comments are for item 17.1 in our agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maribel Alcocer. Good evening, members of the Board of Education. I am a resident of Long Beach since 30 years ago, and I've had 4 students here in the Long Beach School District. I also currently have a son in the 6th grade at Hamilton Middle School. I am a mother of a student, and I am worried regarding the situation in schools of students feeling safe at school. I've heard other parents that are worried because they don't know how this process is being handled, the process regarding immigration in schools. And so please let parents know that schools will be safe, and therefore the students will feel safe in their school sites all the time without fear. We want education, not deportation. Thank you.
Lilio Campo. Okay, next up, Jerry Morrison.
Madam President, colleagues, my name is Jerry Morrison. I'm the president of the Teachers Association of Long Beach, and I'm an immigrant. I came to this country, like millions of other people, for a better life. I sent my children to school here in Long Beach, and every day I sent them to school knowing that they were going to a safe place. And I find it shocking that thousands of people in our district don't have that same feeling now. They're frightened to send their kids to school. I want to commend the district for taking a stand. Like many people, I can find things that we should be doing better, but I commend the district for doing something and for the clarity that the new policy brings. I would ask the district to publicise this policy far and wide to the teachers, but more importantly to the classified staff in the schools, who are more likely to be on the front line if we have policemen, soldiers, whatever they are, showing up at school looking for our children. Living in Long Beach, we often think that this is the kind of stuff that happens far away and it doesn't apply to us. Sadly, we're seeing it closer. We saw it in LA, members of the Homeland Security showing up at schools looking for children. So it's immediate. We need to let our school staff know what their rights are and what their responsibilities are. We often have policies where we are given time at school, faculty meetings, mandatory meetings where the policy is explained so everybody knows. I expect and I hope that this policy will have the same process where everyone in the schools will know just what can happen at school so they're not confused. And also, I invite you all to come along with us on May 17th to protest against the administration that have forced us to adopt these kind of policies. It's on May 17th. It's organized by the California Teachers Association. There are 4 mass demonstrations throughout the state, one in LA. The Teachers Union of Long Beach are taking buses to one of those demonstrations, the LA one. I invite you all to come and join us if you can, and to stand up and be counted and say that this is not normal, and we're gonna be the people who make sure that our children are safe when they go to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, Mr. Riel, can we go back to the former speaker? Yeah, okay.
Ms. Lilio Campo, followed by Rodrigo Zamorano.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lilia Ocampo. I'm a mother of 2 and two students in the district, and today I'm here to ask you to approve the revised policy today, and it should include a plan for a specific training to the roles of the LBUSD employees and community members. And this is a very sensitive topic for me as an immigrant and as a mother. I would like for all the students to feel safe when coming to or going to school, because they already have a lot of things in their way for them to take advantage of what it is given or provide for them at school. So they need to have the peace of mind to be able to learn and to have good grades and a better opportunity for a better future given the situation, the actual administration is has made sure to fill any other students that are or students of color, you know, and what he does and what he says is available to students because it is everywhere. So that's why I'm here to ask you to protect the students, to help them feel safe, and to make sure that this policy protect them, give them a peace of mind, give them that feeling that they belong to in LBUSD, not only to them, but to their parents. Because as the students also face all kind of insecurities, the parents also fear for them. They don't know what is going to happen. Given the already ICE have been already knocking at the doors of certain schools at LA, and that only that made parents to fear for their kids. So please pass that revised policy and include training for the staff and so they know what to do, making sure that this training occur within 90 days to make sure that everyone at every school knows what to do, that there is a plan to follow, so no kids have to suffer that fear and to see ICE. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rodrigo Zamorano, followed by Laura Mozo.
Sorry. Sorry about this. This is my first time over here, so and then also I gotta challenge my English also too. So hi, good evening to everyone. My name is Rodrigo Zamorano, and I'm a member of the community of Long Beach, and I live in here for about 10 years. And my kid graduated from Jordan High School, and they also graduated from the LBCC. And recently, I just had a conversation with the parents about the fear of ICE in schools, and not hearing from the district on their own language about how they be protected. I know you guys have a safe and a successful job on protect our kid, but I think our parents need to hear it for they can be more confident to send their kid to school. And then also we demanding communication with all families in their own language. And also we ask for you guys vote yes on the policy and make the amendment shared by others have to share today. And I have a minute for say thank you guys for be successful on your job about the safe and education of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Laura Mozo, followed by Angelica Muriel.
Buenas tardes a todos. Soy madre de una hija en el distrito escolar. Mi nombre es Laura Mozo. Estoy con Orale en apoyo a las familias con hijos inmigrantes. Se necesita enfatizar que la póliza se apruebe hoy. Así brindará seguridad y bienestar. Creemos que el distrito se comprometa a garantizar que nuestros hijos estén seguros dentro y fuera. Por esta razón pedimos que se cree el plan de entrenamiento específico para los empleados y los miembros de la comunidad. Y pues gracias de antemano de esta voz de un padre que está preocupado.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Mozo, and I am a mother of a daughter who's in the district. I'm also with Orale, supporting families with children, immigrant families with children. It needs to be emphasized that the policy needs to be approved today. This way it will bring security and wellness. We want the district to commit to guarantee that our children will be safe in and out of schools. For this reason, we believe that the specific training plan for employees and members of the community should be approved. Thank you. And this is the voice of a worried mother.
Thank you.
And perfect.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Murillo. Tengo 2 hijas en el colegio y un hijo en Poly High School. La verdad estoy muy preocupada por todos los estudiantes. Mi hijo llega a casa siempre preocupado y a veces muy asustado por lo que está escuchando en cuestión de migración. Y esto es muy difícil porque él no sabe a lo que se enfrenta, al igual que todos los jóvenes. Por favor, ayuden a los estudiantes, ayuden a nuestros hijos. Por favor, aprueben la póliza revisada hoy, se lo suplico. Y que también esta incluya el entrenamiento específico para el personal del distrito y miembros de la comunidad. Eso es muy importante. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Angelica Murillo, and I have 2 daughters in college and 1 son that attends Poly High School. Honestly, I'm quite worried for all of the students. My son often gets home worried and sometimes very scared because of what he's hearing about immigration. This is difficult because he doesn't know what he's facing, as well as all the other youth. Please help students and help our children. Please approve the revised policy today. And for this should also include the specific training for the district staff and members in the community. Thank you for listening.
Next up is Maribel Cruz, followed by Marina Barcenas.
Good evening. My name is Maribel Cruz, and I'm the Associate Director with Orale. I speak to you today both as a representative for my organization and as a caretaker for an LBUSD student. Today, I ask that you vote in favor of a policy that will not allow ICE on campus. While today's vote will mark a positive step forward, we recognize that this is the beginning of a long road ahead. We respectfully demand that the district develop comprehensive trainings tailored to the specific roles of LBUSD students, employees and community members to ensure timely action. We request a 90-day deadline for implementing these trainings based on the newly, hopefully passed policy. This plan must be shared with directly impacted communities in their native languages. Furthermore, we must strengthen protections for children whose legal caretakers cannot be reached immediately during potential ICE activity. The current language states that if LBUSD cannot contact caretakers in a timely manner, Child Protective Services would be called. We urge the district to extend that waiting period to at least 12 hours before taking such a consequential step. Finally, this conversation must continue with meaningful participation from all stakeholders: students, school board members, district staff, and community members through the creation of an accountability committee. These policies will only be as effective as our collective commitment to enforce them at every level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Marina, followed by Edgar Ortiz.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marina Bárcenas y yo he vivido en la ciudad de Long Beach por 36 años. Tuve a mis 3 hijos aquí en el distrito gracias a todos sus maestros y en este momento todos los niños tienen miedo aunque tengan protección. Sé que ustedes han tenido pláticas con la comunidad para difundir y dejar que no pase ICE por las escuelas, pero hay muchas pláticas que he escuchado entre padres de que no han hecho nada. Entonces les pedimos por favor que tomen en consideración el miedo y la frustración que tienen los niños. Les pedimos que aprueben la nueva póliza con los cambios que estamos pidiendo. Por favor, gracias.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Barceras, and I've been living in Long Beach for 36 years. My 3 kids went to school here in the district, so thank you to all the teachers. Right now, kids are very scared, even though there are protections. We know that you've held talks with the community, letting them know that you're not going to allow ICE in schools. But I've also been hearing a lot of parents saying that you haven't done anything. So please take into account the fear and frustrations that the kids are feeling. And we're asking you to please approve the policy with the amendments that we've asked and the changes we've asked for. Thank you.
Edgar Ortiz, followed by Christine Gibson.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. My name is Edgar Ortiz, and I'm with the California Immigrant Policy Center. We're honored to be here in solidarity in support of Long Beach students, families, their educators, staff, and the rest of the community in support of the proposed Safe Schools for Immigrant Students policy that's being considered today, while also noting one caveat that there is an opportunity, we believe, to further strengthen the policy as it is currently proposed. During these very difficult and challenging times, students in Long Beach, as well as across the country, are navigating an unprecedented climate of fear where it's not just their right to an education that's being threatened, but also their and their family's ability to be able to get access to housing, nutrition, health benefits, and even just being able to have the assurance that they're going to be able to stay in their homes and in their schools. And this is something that's especially of concern for the roughly 1.7 thousand undocumented students and families who reside in the city of Long Beach. And that doesn't include the thousands of other students who come from mixed status households as well. So just want to note that important nuance as well when thinking about the impacts of this policy. In addition to that, we know that this is something that's going to have impacts that are going to reverberate across the board. The reason why I didn't mention immigrant students in particular in the very beginning is because we know that regardless of background or immigration status, one way or another, this is something that's going to come back and impact all of us. The proposed policy that's being considered today comes at a very important time as the state and other school districts are also thinking about how they can best support their students. This policy does a very good job in several areas, and to further strengthen it, we would encourage the board to consider a couple of other factors, including, as was mentioned earlier, tightening the notification for Child Protective Services, also creating clear roles and responsibilities that district staff and community are able to follow, clarifying that the policy does cover law enforcement officers, and also working to continue to bring community and students into these conversations, as we know that passing a policy is only the beginning and that there's going to be a lot more work that's needed to ensure that this gets to as many folks as possible. And the people that are here in the room are the best ones to be able to help with disseminating this information. As the stewards of the 4th largest school district in California, we urge you to take this opportunity to pass a really strong policy that sends a message that Long Beach schools aren't just sensitive locations, but that they're strong and safe institutions of education that are working to ensure that all individuals, regardless of immigration status, feel comfortable and that they're going to receive the highest quality education possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Gibson, followed by Dr. Kim Tabari.
Good evening. My name is Christine Gibson. I'm a school nurse at Franklin Middle School, and I'm speaking on agenda item 10.1, staff celebrations. And I'm joined by a fellow nurse, Linda Deep, who's in the room next door, and she proudly serves Longfellow, Los Cerritos, and Prisk. We're here to shine light on the work of school nurses, and what better day than today, which is actually National School Nurses Day. So get your pencils out. I've got a quick pop quiz for you. What does it take to become a school nurse? Is it a certificate, a license, a bachelor's degree, or a credential? And the answer is all of the above. Yes, it takes all that and more. Those qualifications just get you in the door, though, and in order to thrive, you really need those people skills, the ability to connect. Our school nurses work with students, families, teachers, doctors, administrators, emergency responders, and sometimes all in one single day. Compassion, communication, flexibility, trust building are just as critical as clinical knowledge. In our district, 46 credentialed school nurses serve 84 schools and serve over 60,000 students. That's a heavy lift, and one that we meet with dedication and lots of heart. Aligned with our vision, Vision 2035, school nurses are essential for both equity and excellence. Take a student with asthma. School nurses create health plans, ensure quick access to inhalers, train staff, work with families to reduce triggers. And all of that care means the student gets to stay in class, participate fully, and not fall behind from preventable health episodes. But the truth is we have more work than we can do alone. Student needs are growing. And just to give you some stats, so far this year, we've logged in over 160,000 health office visits. We have screened vision and hearing for over 25,000 students. We have over 140 diabetics, students with EpiPens, over 500, students with seizures, over 700. And we don't do this in isolation. The help of our student leadership from the Student Health Services under the guidance of Rose Van Meeveren, our student health service, our student health assistants, our agency nurses, our health assistants all help. And school site councils that are helping to fund additional nursing time. I would encourage all school sites councils to consider funding additional school nurse and senior health assistant time. And in closing, those who are considering a career, the students, please seek nursing. We would love to have you. We need more nurses. Bring your heart, bring your voice. We need you. So thank you and happy National School Nurses Day.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
I'm sorry, I did misspeak. Dr. Tabari will speak on an off-agenda topic, so the next speaker on agenda is Megan Lane, followed by Elena Jean-Baptiste.
Hello, everyone. Hello, members of the board. I'm Megan Lane, Long Beach Unified alum. I'm here today to begin by offering my heartfelt thanks to the district for their collaboration with Long Beach with Californians for Justice students and Orale. LBUSD has listened to their students, engaged, and worked alongside young people, and it has not gone unnoticed. Today, we will celebrate an important step forward in protecting students from the harmful and shameful presence of ICE and police on school campuses. This win is more than just a policy shift. It's a powerful reflection of what happens when student voices are not only heard, but uplifted and listened to and acted on. For over 2 months, California for Justice students have shown up with unwavering passion and a clear vision. They spent countless hours practicing comment, engaging with public community, engaging with youth, organizing. And I know myself and Long Beach Unified holds this very valuable. During Youth Power Capital Day in Sacramento, 13 Long Beach Unified students showed up and showed out, presented Bill AB 49 that protects students from the presence of ICE on campus. Directly to senators and lawmakers, the students standing behind me today did that. Many of these students directly impacted and many more connected through the intersectionality between over-policing and immigration enforcement. All of them poured their hearts out into building something that's 26 years bigger than them. Something that they stood together to fight against a system that is rooted in generations of xenophobia and prejudice. This vote, I know, will be grounded in love and injustice and a wavering belief that regardless of background or immigration status, students deserve to feel safe on campus. In these last few minutes, I want to take some time, a moment of silence for all the students who participated, those students in Long Beach Unified whose emotional labor organizing and truth-telling led this movement. Alina Jean-Baptiste, Yesenia Baron, Lily Danks, Madison Dodd, Natalie Rodriguez, Lola Sidney, Kylie Jordan, Riley Hildreth, Faith Davis, V2 Mock, Maddox and Micah Harris, Demai Guerrero, Maya Garcia, Mariana Roberts, and Ebony Winters. These beautiful students are looking forward to your decision today. So am I. And we are looking forward to the accessibility that you will choose moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alina Jean-Baptiste, followed by Lola Sidney.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow attendees. My name is Alina Jean-Baptiste. I'm a senior at Poly High and a statewide strategy intern with Californians for Justice. For the past few months, me and my peers have been here at the board to share our experiences and offer our opinions on improvements to the sanctuary policy, which the board is voting upon today. Californians for Justice and Orale have been showing up to demonstrate to you the urgency of this policy's implementation. As you vote today, I hope you consider the recommendations we have given you and continue to hear us today. While the policy protects students from ICE and discrimination while at school, we urge you to increase protections for students while they are in surrounding areas, whether that's in their parking lots, fast food restaurants across the street, or their local parks. As a Black woman, I understand the impact of over-policing, especially on youth. ICE on campus is another form of over-policing that negatively impacts undocumented youth. The district's policy will help combat this. However, I ask you to uphold this policy for years to come, regardless of ICE activity or its pressing need. Last week, I had the chance to speak with state legislators about a number of bills, including Assembly Bill 49, which protects undocumented students statewide. Not only was the experience empowering, but it brought to light the importance of protecting our immigrant students. Talking with these legislators help also demonstrate how far we've come here at LBUSD, making strides that haven't even been made at the state level. Day by day, the immigration experience in this country is worsening, and more people are becoming victims of immigration enforcement. It is clear that this community has fought for this policy and nevertheless deserves more. So as you vote today, please keep them in mind and consider the students in your district who deserve your help. I'd also like to add that as a graduating senior who will be miles away from this community this fall, I really wish to see that this community is left with important impact through this policy. I'd like to be able to know that as I leave and still have family members who are in this district, that they are left with, a policy that protects them and their fellow peers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lola Sidney, followed by Madison Dodd.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow attendees. My name is Lola Sidney. I am a senior at Poly High School and current chapter president intern at CFJ. Today, I'm here to discuss my experience with advocating for better protection policies for undocumented students at LBUSD. As you know, CFJ has been urgently mobilizing for months on this issue and recently have taken our policy needs to the state. I, along with many other students across California, came together to Sacramento on Capitol Day, and we were given the chance to talk to legislators and their aides about AB 49. Being able to give testimony and speak firsthand about the urgent need to protect undocumented students throughout the state was both empowering and eye-opening. It reminded me of the strength and influence youth voices hold when we come together and speak our truth. Despite our wins, LBUSD, it also showed me how much more work still needs to be done. Our conversations with legislators revealed that while we've made meaningful strides, we can't slow down and we can't stop here. The district should have the authority, the policies, and the courage to protect students, not just on campus, but wherever they are in the community. Undocumented students deserve to feel safe at all times. Their status should not be a barrier to their education, their peace of mind, or their right to feel protected. And I urge you in voting today to have those thoughts in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madison Dodd, followed by Natalie Rodriguez.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Madison. I'm a 10th grader at Millikan High School and a core leader at Californians for Justice. I'm here to discuss our LBUSD's immigration policy. As of recently, I've noticed a dark cloud of fear sweep over our students in our schools. Children K through 12 walking to school with the feeling of a target on their back just because of documentation status. Schools that once felt like sanctuary now feel like hunting grounds. But as board members, you can change that. You can make students feel safe again with AB 49 by giving students resources to be able to feel safe in schools and surrounding areas. We can help a new generation of lawyers, doctors, and politicians grow. I, along with our other CFJ members, have not only been to numerous board meetings, but we have also traveled to the Capitol to speak about AB 49 and its importance. Your vote could help plant the seeds of the future or rip them from the ground before they could ever grow. In all, our students feel this target on their back from ICE. Aid our students, our children, our fellow Americans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Natalie Rodriguez, followed by Maddox Harris.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow attendees. My name is Natalie Rodriguez. I am a junior at Cabrillo High School, and I am an intern for Californians for Justice. I am sure you all have a pretty good image of what kind of organization we are, as we have attended most of these board meetings for the past couple of months. We are dedicated high school students who use our voices to make a difference in our communities. Recently, my partners and I took a trip to Sacramento for Youth Power Capital Day. We spoke to state senators and their aides about our demands and what we wish to accomplish in our community. We touched the topics of 3 different bills that day, one specific one being AB 49, which prohibits ICE from being let into school campuses. Students are going at such great lengths to ensure our safety because it will never be enough. We have gained the promise from our district that we will be safe while we are on a school campus, but we simply need more. Students specifically need to be safe outside of school too. This includes to and from school, outside school areas, jobs, and especially at home. This is why I am standing here today. I am asking you, please ensure the safety of your students outside of school because the sense of safety should not leave a child's body the second they step off a campus. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Maddox Harris, followed by Vitu Mok.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow attendees. My name is Maddox Harris. I am a senior at Poly High School and a Californians for Justice student leader. We are here to emphasize the steps our community has taken to secure the safety and comfort of both students and the families in LBUSD. Organizations in Long Beach, such as Orale, Surge, 51, including CFJ, have risen in place of our federal and state governments to take action against racial injustice in the form of policy, protests, or providing of appropriate resources. In the absence of direct action in California as a whole, this district has taken heed to our demands as a community concerned for the livelihood of their students. LBUSD has taken a step in the right direction, setting an example for what youth, parents and guardians, staff and allies can change with the power of their voices across California. I hear conversations about policing, whether that be nearby school security, officers, or ICE officials. Students are talking about worries over immigration status for family, friends, and or themselves, even if they are documented, because ICE has become another form of over-policing and suppression, which isn't new to schools and Black and brown communities. ICE is festering within our country. Reports of children, babies, mothers, and fathers are being deported are growing. And if you will humor this metaphor, my veins feel as though they have been chained around my wrists from my heart before handcuffs have even been placed on me. The weight of my nose, my eyes, my hair, my skin, dragging down my breath in the presence of police. As we reach this next step in policy for LBUSD, know this community will continue to lead our progress. I urge you to carry the worry of protections from malicious hands, from a racially charged bullet onto your conscience, as we, the youth, do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vital Mook, followed by Jessica Black.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow attendees. My name is Vitu. I'm a sophomore at Wilson High School and a member of Californians for Justice. For the past few months, our organization has been on the front lines against the encroachment of the federal government on our schools, daycares, and places of learning. On this day, we continue our calls for the board to protect the right to privacy and the right to safe schools, schools where no child should be afraid of never seeing their parents or their friends again. Schools where staff do not simply preach on the importance of inclusion, but take actions on the beliefs they espouse. These actions restore trust between a government and their people. They say to our neighbors, the members of our community, the children who are afraid to show up to school, that we have your back, that we will not sell you out to a hostile federal government, that things will be okay. Our government should be a tool to protect people's freedom, not take it away. In a few minutes, the board will be given a choice, and it will be one choice out of many more to come on this topic. On behalf of our immigrant communities, let that be a choice that preserves the integrity of our institutions and the foundations of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Black, followed by Christian Mahanos.
Good evening, parents, students, and community members. Thank you so much for all of your advocacy, your organizing, and the hard work that you've done today. Good evening, school board members. My name is Jessica Black, and I am a co-executive director with CFJ. Schools should be spaces of sanctuary, a place that exudes love, care, and transformative development for young people. Not a space that embraces policing entities that contribute to the over-criminalization of Black and brown students, opening and paving the way to the school-to-prison deportation pipeline. Mass incarceration and mass deportation are the same. Young people have stood up here today and talked about the entities of policing in an environment of an education institution. Police do not belong in schools, and neither do ICE. These schools are a place that should be leading transformative development inside of young people. At CFJ, we are committed to listening, doing deep listening to students, parents, and community members who are most impacted by the policies, the procedures, the guidelines that you all set. Because what we know to be true is that the people who are most impacted by the decisions that you all make are actually the people who have the solutions. They're closer to the solutions. So as people have stood here today and they've asked you and said thank you for adopting a policy, we all know a policy is just a piece of paper. That policy will mean nothing if we don't put people behind it. So we're calling on you today to stand in radical solidarity with parents, community members, and young people to develop an accountability system where you become accountable to community for your actions, where community gets to stand in and give solutions, where community gets to have a say and they have shared decision-making power. It's time to do things different and for LBUSD to take a stand and a step in the right side of history. Let's make this real. It's time for school board accountability and community control. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christian, and I am deeply connected to this community. As a veteran, student, and homeowner in Long Beach, having served my country and now focusing my education at CSUB and investing in my future to serve my community better. This commitment drives my concern for the well-being of most vulnerable, particularly our students. Yet alone, I can't do it. We all must contribute to creating a supportive environment that ensures every student has a chance to thrive and succeed. Our students deserve more than just an access to education. They deserve safety, dignity, and the unwavering support of the adults and institutions meant to protect them. It is our collective responsibility to create an environment where every student can thrive without fear or exception. Let us be clear. No school should ever be in the business of exposing a child or their family to immigration enforcement. The policy says we can't disclose immigration or citizenship status unless FERPA authorizes it. But that's not enough. We need to draw a hard line. The truth is that schools aren't legally obligated to comply with ICE requests. It is scarce for a judge to force a disclosure in these cases. That needs to be spelled out. If we require written parental consent for release of student records, then the policy must also be clear that consent is voluntary. Families deserve to know their rights and not to be pressured into giving them up. Now, regarding the presence of immigration officers on campus, this excessive circumstance clause must go through. Civil immigration enforcement is not a criminal matter nor a legal doctrine that gives ICE the right to sidestep constitutional protections just by saying situation is urgent. There is no Fourth Amendment exception for immigration raids, period. The policy should be airtight. No immigration agents set foot on this campus, only then with explicit authorization. No ambiguity, no backdoors, no exceptions. If Seattle Police public schools can get this right, so can we. Our policy should be protect our students, not expose them. If we're serious about equity and safety, then we need to stop leaving these doors cracked open for federal overreach. We owe our students more than compliance. We owe them our courage. We've spoken long enough. We've analyzed, explained, and waited. But waiting won't fix what's broken. Now it's time to move. This is just the first step, and action is required. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the final speaker on agenda items is Pete Marsh.
Hi. Good evening, board, staff, thank you, and fellow citizens and parents. I came tonight to thank the staff and the board for developing this proposed immigration policy and to urge you to approve it unanimously. I'm proud to be a part of a community in a school district that's protecting all its kids like this. Our three granddaughters are proud Longfellow Lions, and their birthday parties and after-school events look like America and Long Beach, and that's one of the reasons we love living here. So thank you for that. While I'm here, I also want to lift up two other bright lights. Last week at the Los Angeles County Office of Education Green Schools Symposium, our district was represented really wonderfully by three graduating seniors, Luna Salazar and Audrey Rust and Ruthie Heiss, who all presented on the Green Schools campaign that we had a couple of years ago and other things. And then finally, tomorrow morning, you will welcome another PhD to your staff. Our sustainability manager, Laurel Kruke, will be defending her dissertation at USC. And I'm lucky enough to chair your climate and sustainability task force, and Laurel is our primary point of contact, and she's been a wonderful addition to the district. So thank you.
Thank you. So now we move to the speakers on items not on the agenda, because everybody who wanted to speak on items on the agenda have had a chance?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we have six speakers for off-agenda items. Items not on the agenda. And the first speaker is Dr. Kim Tabari.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Baker, Deputy Superintendent Brown, parents, students that are still here. First, let me say that I am 100% in support of the folks that spoke in favor of the revised policy on immigration enforcement. Unlike every other policy, we must stand 10 toes deep in the implementation of this policy. So I absolutely support item 17.1, knowing that 26% of Long Beach are either immigrants or documented or undocumented. And I myself was once an immigrant and now a proud citizen of this country. So I just wanted to stand in solidarity with everybody here. Secondly, I am deeply, deeply grateful for the leadership of Dr. Baker and Dr. Brown that supported community and staff to create and facilitate a successful 4th annual Black Student Symposium at the opening of the Black Center of Excellence last weekend. We hold you all to the fire, and we also recognize and acknowledge your strength, especially in these times. Thank you also to the board members that were present that day as well. The symposium had an amazing student panel led by the Black Literary Society students and Dr. Lovett, as well as a parent-guardian engagement panel. Coincidentally, I am giving a data presentation this weekend to a group of philanthropists on the state of Black California, and I wanted to share 3 assets that I see in the data. 1, we have strong and resilient community organizations, example here, rooted in care, advocacy, and longstanding service to our community. 2, we are focused on healing, health, and well-being, centering culturally grounded approaches to mental, physical, and emotional health. And 3, we have statewide investment in Black student achievement initiatives in Long Beach, LA, Berkeley, Pasadena, and Oakland, all paving the way for equity in education. So I just wanted to share with you that this is what I'm sharing to folks across California later this weekend. And lastly, I want to thank the Sankofa Parent Village, led by Dr. Alyssa Taylor Stewart and other staff. It has been a huge success for these past 4 years, and folks are on the front line doing work in their community. I want to shout out Board Member Lopez, who is consistently showing up at those Sankofa meetings. It is part of her district, so she is at those meetings. Parents and guardians are eager to start villages at their own school site and need easier access to the funds that are already predetermined. I want to repeat that. Parents and guardians are eager to start villages at their own school sites and need easier access to the funds that are already predetermined. We need the district to keep pushing the adults
I'm
in
sorry.
your Vision 2035 plan.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Valenzuela.
Good evening, Dr. Jill Baker, District Board members and attendees. My name is Jessica Valenzuela. LBUSD is a district that claims to be equitable, but the practice is other. I'm here today to advocate for my daughter, Abigail Aguilar, who is a native Spanish speaker that currently attends Patrick Henry Elementary, dual immersion. And after given the results from school of choice, she was given a 5th choice. That's no choice. I moved my daughter into the district when she was in 4th grade, and we were given false pretenses that she would be funneled into Keller Middle School, dual immersion, after attending Henry Elementary. We have made connections, friendships within Henry, and the only option I am currently left with is to remove my child from the district. Why not be transparent with parents and students from day one? I'm curious to see the student percentages and data, Spanish as their second language, versus the percentages of native speakers and race attending Keller? Excellence and equity? I think not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is David Atlas, Attias.
I forgive you for the mispronunciation. Let me get this up. Let's see here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to advocate for preserving and ideally expanding the collaborative co-teaching model, or CCT, in our 3rd through 5th grade classrooms. When this program began, families were told it would grow each year. That promise included having a full-time general education teacher and a full-time special education teacher working side by side through 5th grade. But now the plan is to split the special ed teacher between 3rd and 4th grade. That leaves neither grade with full-time support. It's not just a scheduling change, it's a breakdown of the model. CCT is one of the most inclusive and effective models we have. It gives students with disabilities access to general education curriculum with individualized support. These classrooms also benefit neurotypical students through better collaboration, empathy, and instructional differentiation. And perhaps most importantly, they model inclusion every single day. Reducing this model burdens general education teachers who already are stretched thin. Fewer adults in the room means less planning time, more behavior management, and higher burnout. And for students with IEPs, it often means being pushed into more restrictive environments, not because they can't succeed, but because we've removed the support that helped them thrive. The total cost to fully staff CCT classrooms in grades 3 through 5 is approximately 1% of LBUSD's overall $1.2 billion budget. And that's about 21% of the special education budget. To put that in perspective, the reduction effectively cuts funding for about 75 full-time special education teachers, 75 professionals who would otherwise be co-teaching in 3rd grade to 5th grade classrooms. Meanwhile, CCT classrooms often serve 20 to 40% of students with disabilities. That's about 6 to 12 high-need learners in a class of 30. Yet funding for these classrooms remain disproportionately low. Let's also consider recent state funding trends. In the past 2 years, LBUSD has received millions in additional revenue from state COLA increases, which are specifically intended to help retain staff and preserve programs. It doesn't add up that we're cutting co-teaching support while we're receiving money that's supposed to prevent that exactly. So we're asking the board to take action. 1, place the CCT staffing model on the next board meeting agenda for formal discussion and vote. 2, reaffirm the district's commitment to full-time CCT 3rd through 5th grade. Allocate the funding needed to support both students and teachers this program was built for. This is about inclusion, equity.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Dennis.
Hello, good evening, board members, Superintendent Baker. It's good to be back here with you all. I'm following along on the same topic tonight. I'd like to talk a little bit about how the collaborative co-teaching model doesn't just help students, but that it also helps teachers too. We can start with the basics. In a CCT classroom, that's collaborative co-teaching classroom, 2 educators, a general ed teacher and a special ed teacher, share the responsibility for planning, instruction, and assessment. That means lower student-to-teacher ratios without increasing class sizes. Teachers report fewer behavioral disruptions because there are more eyes, more strategies, and more support in the room. But it goes deeper. A study by Gately and Gately in 2001 found that co-teaching leads to higher instructional quality. This is because teachers learn from each other. Special ed teachers bring expertise in accommodations and differentiation, while general ed teachers bring subject matter depth. Together, they co-plan richer lessons and make real-time adjustments based on student needs. The benefits show up in teacher well-being too. A 2012 study published in Teaching and Teacher Education found that co-teaching reduces teacher burnout and isolation. Teachers in inclusive settings with collaboration built in report greater job satisfaction. When they're not managing every challenge alone, morale improves, and that directly impacts how well they can serve students. We also know that collaborative co-teaching serves as on-the-job professional development. Newer teachers benefit from mentoring in real time. It's one thing to attend a training on inclusion. It's another to watch a skilled partner model it daily. That kind of embedded learning strengthens our teacher workforce in the long term. Let's stop asking teachers to do more with less. Collaborative co-teaching is a model that makes the load manageable and the teaching stronger. Cutting it sends the message that teacher support is optional. If we want to retain great teachers, reduce burnout, and support all learners, let's preserve and expand collaborative co-teaching through 5th grade. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Judith Nguyen.
Good evening, board members. I'm here tonight not just as a parent, but as a part of a growing community of families speaking up for something that's working, collaborative co-teaching. In the past few weeks alone, I've spoken to over a dozen parents at Emerson, King, Burney Elementary, and the message is clear. Parents want this model. They've seen the benefits firsthand. Neurotypical children are thriving alongside peers with IEPs. Classrooms feel calmer, more inclusive, and better supported. Teachers are more accessible. Relationships between home and school are stronger. Just last week, I spoke to a mom whose son is at Emerson's CCT kindergarten class. Her child doesn't have an IEP, but she told me, I feel like my son is getting extra support because teachers actually have time for him. Smaller ratios and 2 trained adults in the room make a difference for everyone. At a birthday party last year, another mom shared with me how she appreciated that her child was learning in a setting where inclusion wasn't just a word, it was a lived experience. Her child had made friends with kids of all abilities, and it was changing how he saw the world. No one gets judged, she said. They just belong. And it's not just Emerson. At other schools, parents aren't calling for cutbacks. They're calling for expansion through 5th grade. CCT is something parents are rallying behind. We've begun organizing. A group of us is building a website to share research, testimonials, and updates about the program. This will help provide transparency around decisions being made and allow parents or families to stay informed about any plans to scale back. We will be launching a petition both online and in person, urging the district to maintain and grow this model. This isn't about one classroom or one campus. This is about system-wide equity, access, and progress. Please stand with the families who are asking you to keep what's working. We are organizing, we are informed, and we are not going away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker will be Melanie Garcia.
Good evening, members of the board, parents, and all students and all people in attendance today. My name is Melanie Garcia. I'm a mother of 2 daughters in the school district. I'm actually a product of Long Beach Unified School District myself. My husband works for the district, and I'm also a fellow educator. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the CCT program as well. Slightly different than our last speaker. The collaborative co-teaching model is a fantastic program. Like you've heard, there's so many benefits that we're seeing. This is my daughter's first year in the program. And when it was presented to me, I really saw the benefit immediately for a child like my daughter who needed some extra support, but wasn't quite ready for full mainstream just yet. And when that program was presented, I wasn't aware at that time that the CCT program did not offer a transitional kindergarten option for it. There was the preschool option and then kindergarten option for it. So I'm here to talk about that portion. As you know, the early years for a child's development are some of the most important for their educational kind of progression. And the transitional kindergarten program, the changes that have come through the school system have been to kind of help bridge that transition between the preschool model and what is expected and needed for them to be successful in kindergarten. And it really helps with that social emotional and the academic skills to be successful in kindergarten. Right now, the CCT program for preschool is half day, and then when they transition into the kindergarten program, it's a full day. But they're missing that in-between option where the transitional kindergarten is still kind of focusing on those social emotional components of the transitional kindergarten program, but allowing it to go for the full day and kind of bridge that gap for them to be prepared for kindergarten when they get to there. I also recognize as an educator, the transitional kindergarten program has been kind of a rollout in progress, like the CCT program as it has been expanding. But going forward, to my understanding, all students age 4 by the cutoff should have access to transitional kindergarten. So I am asking you guys today to please consider offering full transitional kindergarten with the CCT program, so all students, including my child, will have an opportunity to have that transitional sequential movement up to be ready for the kindergarten program that is to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now move on to item number 14, reports on superintendent advisory groups. We will start with business budget and policy development.
Yeah, just really quick, President Craighead. So a plan will be developed to bring forth a series of new policies that either need to be updated, revised, or codified. We had a bit of a pause, that's my word, as we were focusing on current policy priorities. So expect to hear back from you and I soon on what will be in the queue in terms of consideration of new policies.
Thank you. And next we have workforce development.
No report today.
Okay, then we will move to instruction and student learning.
Yes, so we discussed the four-year math high school requirement. And we just like to remind parents that we have a board policy that requires students to complete 4 years of math in high school in order to graduate from LBUSD. Parents of seniors who have specific concerns about this requirement, however, are encouraged to meet with their child's high school counselor to discuss other options. Thank you.
Thank you. And then student outcome focused governance.
Yes, this committee has been very, very active recently. We have a goal monitoring review on the agenda tonight. The student outcomes focused government implementation timeline is also on the agenda. We've adopted goals and guidelines that we are still working on, and there is a actual board committee, Eric Miller and Diana Craighead, that are liaison on to the liaison for that work. So there's a lot of work going on, and we'll have several discussions later on the agenda.
Thank you.
This is Craighead. I think Mr. Miller is going to add to Doug's from the implementation team.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just wanted to share a couple of pieces of activity that have occurred since our last board meeting. So since our last board meeting, we've had weekly implementation meetings, held on, is that Tuesdays? Mondays at 2 o'clock, and it's both myself and Diana. Our coach, Greg Klein, facilitates the meeting and is tracking our progress on the implementation timeline. Wayne, who's here today, is working with our general counsel to update the conflict of interest bylaws and to align them with California law. With that, Wayne is also working directly with board members on the bylaw timeline that is board approved at the last meeting. And to confirm, tonight we'll be talking about bylaw 900 on May 19th. We have bylaws 9015 and 9025 on June 4th, bylaws 9020 and 9021, and on June 18th, bylaws 9030 and 9033. With that said, the superintendent and staff are finalizing interim goals and guardrails to bring to the board in June. They shared the work in progress at the implementation meeting. For June 4th, our first read of goals, our goals, annual targets, interim goals, and guardrails monitoring calendar should be shared. And on June 18th, we should have action on our annual targets, interim goals, and guardrail monitoring calendar. To this, the implementation timeline should be live on the district website and will be discussed later on.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to the consent calendar. We need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I do have a few questions. Item 15.4, there are 5 courses on the calendar for approval, 4 career technical, and 1 is an academic course in marine biology. The 4 CTE courses state that teachers must hold the appropriate CTE credentials, while the marine biology states teachers must hold the appropriate single subject credential in biology. I guess my question is a BA or BS and a teaching credential required for the CTE courses? And if so, can we include that in the course description? So that's my first question.
The CTE courses are require a CTE credential, which requires people that qualify for those courses to work in the fields of study applicable to each course. So, for example, in the hospitality and tourism, you would take, someone who has worked in the field for a required number of years to come into that space, to then go into a program to be credentialed in that space. I'd have to get back to you on whether a BA is required within that credential or not. The marine biology course, by comparison, is not a CTE course and therefore requires a science biology credential. It's not part of the CTE completer course. It's an elective course available within multiple high schools.
Thank you. On item 15.8, number 10, the contract for $300,000 to provide academic support resources to improve high school student outcomes. The term is 7/1/24 to 6/30/25, which we're getting ready to end at least this contract, and we're just now approving it. So just a reminder that we should not be approving contracts after services have begun, especially here where this contract dates back to July. But I also want to ask legal if there would be a potential conflict of interest that we should be aware of, given that this contract, our superintendent also sits on their board.
I'd have to look into that.
And just to be specific about that, core districts is a fully, all of the board are the superintendents of the core district. So just to separate any individual aspect of me, it is the organization itself was begun by superintendents, has an executive director, and the board is constituted by those superintendents.
And then on same 15.8, number 60, approval of memberships. In particular, the membership at the cost of $56,564 with the Council of Great City Schools. And just a curiosity, what does a membership include?
This is a comprehensive membership, and actually I recently attached the end-of-year report from the council to the board update. I can reissue that to you, but it is primarily for legislative and federal advocacy. It supports a number of networks that are comprised of the senior team roles participate. It supports our data director, it supports our communications office, so it's a very comprehensive support system. They publish a number of reports that the district uses, and thinking about its work, they have provided audit services and others, so I'm happy to reissue that report, and if I can actually attach it to a board agenda if you'd like to have it made public.
Thank you. And then just one last question. 15.2, the approval of 25-26 designation of CIF representatives. We have the program administrator for K-12 sports, Mr. Salas, and the athletic directors for Lakewood and Milliken High. The question is, how often do we rotate them, and who was approved last year?
This is an annual approval. The same people will be returning in the same role. We appoint every year, and there's a voting process that happens among designees to determine the best representatives.
So there's no limit, so they're voted in?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Just one quick question, Dr. Baker. I don't see Mr. Tsai in the audience, so maybe I can. Are you here, George? Yeah. Oh, there you are. I missed you. Sorry, George. Mr. Tsai, on item 15.7 in our consent calendar is included our SSPA, homeschool compact, and family involvement guidelines. Since we have on an ongoing basis and consistently and continually been encouraging community members, parents to participate at the school site level, I know that our school site councils are one way for participation. So I'm wondering if you could just give a little bit of background as to what's before us. There's three different things: the SSPA, the homeschool compact, and our parent involvement guidelines. And then if you could speak to, or maybe this is the second part of this is to our superintendent. I think it'd be really cool to hear more about ways to get involved in either school site council, either through another presentation or at some point just to share with parents, since we're always saying, hey, the school site involvement piece is as important as the district-wide piece. So just a little background, Mr. Tsai, and then maybe with the superintendent, explore some way where we can kind of share, here's what it is, here's how to get involved, so that's my question.
Hi, good evening, Dr. Benitez and board members. So the question was about school site council, parent involvement at the sites. What are the options? What is presented in front of you each time that school site council has this product? So before you would have recommendations of to approve the school plan for student achievement, the homeschool compact, and the family involvement guidelines. So each of those is annually reviewed, composed, approved by the school site council at each of the sites. So it's very site specific after they've done a needs assessment, after they've gotten advisement from the ELAC, if they have an ELAC. And the school site council is composed of your principal, your teachers, other staff, parents, and students at the secondary level. So it just brings in so many educational partners together to create and vote on each of these documents. So the Homeschool Compact is an annual agreement between parents, schools, and students in terms of what they're going to do to work together to guarantee or to work towards student success. The involvement guidelines is a detailed document about what the school will be doing to communicate with parents, how parents can get involved. School site council is the very obvious choice, but there's also other committees or other organizations, other events that parents can do to get involved at that sites. That's one thing I really advocate and encourage whenever I'm at DLAC, DCAC, or some other parent groups is where you can make the most difference and get involved and hold the school accountable and be part of that decision-making process is school site council. I think that's one of the most influential groups that are at the site, because they're the ones that approve Title I expenditures if that school is a Title I school. They're consulted for LCFF funding, and they're in the loop about goals and progress monitoring and so on. So hopefully that answers a bit of it.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Sai.
All right, thanks.
Ms. Sai? Can you tell us what the ELAC is and the other acronym organization that
Sure. ELAC is the English Learners Advisory Committee. Council? Committee. Thank you. So ELAC is required if there are 21 EL students enrolled at the site. And they are required to provide advisement on 4 different topics at the school site, which school site council needs to consider before making decisions.
And I think you said another acronym organization that...
DCAC,
Yeah.
District Community Advisory Committee.
Great.
And that's for parents and representatives from Title I schools.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me to explain those acronyms.
Thank you. Do we have any other discussion on the consent calendar? In that case, I'll ask Mr. Riel to take a roll call vote.
Member Lopez.
Aye.
Vice President Otto.
Aye.
President Craighead.
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Aye.
Member Miller.
Aye.
And Student Board Member Arroyo. Oh, stepped out. Thank you. Apologize. Passes.
She's got a little senioritis.
She's right out of my line of sight there.
Or AP testing, either one.
Thank you. I am going to recommend that we take a break at this time so we can be ready and alert to have our LCAP conversation. So we will have a 10-minute break, reconvene no later than 7:20. Thank you, everyone. It's nice to have a little break, but we're going to get back to business because we still have a whole nother page of our agenda. So before we go on to our next item, I believe our legal counsel has something he'd like to clarify, so we're going to start with that.
Sure. I just wanted to get back to Member Lopez's question related to the potential conflict of interest. I was able to confirm with the superintendent, and under the rules, the conflict of interest rules for 1090, there is an exception related to when somebody's serving on a nonprofit board. That's what I needed to confirm, is that this is a nonprofit board in an unpaid status. That creates what we call a non-interest in any kind of contract. First, she's not actually entering the contract, the board's entering the contract. And in this particular case, the contract's going through the secondary schools office. So based upon the 1090 rules, there would be no conflict of interest. I just needed to confirm verify my initial thought, but I needed to confirm it. So I wanted to go on record as saying that.
Thank you very much. And Board, I have something that I'd like to bring up. I'm going to propose that we change the order of things just a bit because we have quite a few people here that are very interested in our immigration policy. And so I'm going to propose that we move item number 17.1 for us to vote on now because our LCAP will be a longer discussion, and I believe in the interest of time for our community members that are here, that would be a good move. So just a consensus, we don't need a vote, but I'm going to kind of look around. You want to thumbs up? Okay, in which case then we will now take item 17.1, approval of board policy 5145.13, response to immigration enforcement. We
Move
need
for
a
approval.
yeah.
Second.
Any discussion?
I do have a question. So the policy states that the superintendent or designee shall only contact Child Protective Services if district personnel are unable to arrange for the timely care of the student by persons designated in the emergency contact information maintained by the school or identified on a caregiver's authorization affidavit. And so I guess, can you please clarify the specific time frame that is considered timely care in this context? And I am going to ask what a lot of the parents here were asking, or community members, will trainings for teachers be required, and if so, how soon?
So I can address both questions that you've asked. Timely care doesn't have a specific time frame attached to it. One of the first things that we've asked, and I'll say it again because we just can't message enough, that one of our big asks is that families have as many emergency contacts as possible listed, because we don't have a limit. And so that's very important, because we will work through every contact that is listed if there is one listed. It's really at the point where we get down to no more emergency contacts listed. What I can say is that our staff will make take every opportunity to identify a care provider to pick up a child. But timely operation does get into not just end of school day, but end of daylight, and time when staff need to make a decision about how to best have that child cared for. Because when we go overnight or into the night, we get into some real custodial challenges in terms of how children are cared for. So I want to say that we heard the comments made. We heard the ask of 12 hours. And we need to operationally talk about how we could support something like that if that 12 hours meant over the course of the evening.
So the 12 hours is being considered?
What I said is that we heard the ask, and so we will do our very best to be as supportive as possible within the limitations that we have.
Dr. Benitez.
Yeah, just to build on that. So, Dr. Brown, team, understanding that there's policy and then there's implementation of policy, whether that's through trainings, protocols, procedures that uphold the spirit of the policy, but then adhere to legal parameters as well. I think I wouldn't want tonight's vote on this very important and much stronger policy to get held up by the operational aspects potentially of it. So my comments are in the spirit of the implementation of the policy and what things explicitly we would leave for the implementation. And quite frankly, in all honesty, some things may change in the national or state discourse, and I wouldn't want to have to go revisit policy, but through the implementation, I think many of these fit. So again, in the spirit of listening to our public opinion, but then also going back to our initial conversations about this, I do think it would be important to have at least a sense of the plan in which, by when trainings would be offered, who. I think we've had conversations around trainings for certificated employees wouldn't be the same as trainings for classified employees, or educational workshops and trainings for parents, for that matter. So I think one thing that I would ask for consideration in the implementation part is for a report back on the plan on what kinds of trainings we're doing by when. And I would strongly urge, even if we don't start that tomorrow, that we have a sense of the time, because of the sense of urgency and because of the complexity of the national context with which these things are going, right? So that's sort of one thing that I would strongly urge us to consider in the implementation. I have found public comment to be extremely important and valuable. I know that there's also been ongoing conversations amongst the team and our community partners. I actually like the idea of having some kind of committee or task force or group, not just to continue the advocacy, but to help guide all the intricacies of how we're communicating, who we're communicating what to. So I'd ask for consideration, and again, how we constitute it. The only thing I would say is a combination of students, parents, caregivers, but also staff, all right, that are going to be asked to figure these things out in real time. I'm saying this because I don't want that to hold up our vote on the policy, but more things to consider. And we have precedent on having advisory groups, all right, on an ongoing basis. This immigration thing, folks, isn't going to go away, right? We have at least another 4 years of this nonsense around policies around mass deportation. But I also heard, and we've had conversations through reimagining our own school safety, questions around law enforcement and how we interact with law enforcement. So that's the second thing I would ask for. Some thoughts on how we could constitute whatever we call that group, right, made up of our different stakeholders. Third thing here, I do appreciate the timely discussion, Dr. Brown, so I'll table that for now, but I do think we need to share something with parents, because I do worry, precisely because of what you shared, Dr. Brown, that Friday afternoon we exhaust the emergency contact list, and then we're dealing not just with daylight, but also with weekend situations, right? So I'm not asking you to sort of give the answer today, but I want to reiterate the importance of coming up with some kind of parameters and considerations, given that really the least best option is to turn students over at that point.
Can I just comment on that? And I'm thinking, Ms. Lopez, about your question and even about my response. And so I want to say that we will remain open, as we have been on every point in the policy, to have conversation about that, and put our heads together with community and community organizations. I want to be really both respectful but also transparent and say that we are not operationally designed to be a 24-hour organization. And so because of the respect that we hold for community, I don't want to promise timeframes for care of children who we become the guardians of, and we are not organizationally able to manage round-the-clock care. But we have community agencies and partners who are. And so that's the village response that we need support with, and we're open to further dialogue. But I'm not going to promise something that we don't have a plan for how to implement right now. Right now, I'll just message again, please, as many contacts as can happen, and we will stay as long as needed to reach all of the people who are listed. So I just wanted to come back to that, because that's a very sensitive issue that feels very important to us, for community, with community, and I think there's some thought partnership where we can get to something that feels like a solution.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what I was hoping to hear, Dr. Brown. So thank you for answering in that way, taking into consideration the sensitivity and the complexity associated with that. The last thing I would urge, because I know we're already having these conversations, again, back to our reimagining school safety, we also heard about the great fear of the travel from home to school, school to home. So I encourage our team. I will personally reach out to our city officials, because I think this is beyond, in many ways, what we have a legal ability to do, but I think this is another opportunity for us to have those conversations. We're having conversations around safe passage. We're having conversations around facilities use. with our city partners and allies. So again, in that implementation, not in the policy, I want to move forward on the policy, but in the implementation considerations, I think we need to have formal conversations with our city partners and allies as to our thinking around how do we ensure safety beyond the physical school parameters and what we can do to communicate with each other, help with each other, because I know, again, it extends beyond our ability, right? Things that aren't happening in school, but that we can at least, have a sense of what our city partners are doing with regard to that, and maybe find an opportunity to have conversations where we can think outside the box on those things. Again, not asking for a response to that or for a solution, but adding that to our conversations with city officials. So those are my thoughts today on the implementation piece.
If I could,
Thank you.
just one point of clarification, and just to point out that, because of the importance of this particular policy, we've also brought forward the administrative regulations, which is normally something that we do as staff related to the administrative regulations. But we wanted to make sure that the board was aware of what the administrative regulation looked like, that the community knew, and that's where a lot of the language got embedded that was suggested by the community. And the board policy can be approved. In the administrative regulation, we also have the flexibility of also modifying without in a little bit faster fashion if we need to. So I just wanted to point that out, that typically we don't necessarily do that. Thought it was important in this context.
Mr. Otto?
Dr. Benitez, and to point out that this agenda item was brought after consultation with the community and the prior approval of the board, and this is an updated version, and it's stronger. It was approved by our general counsel. It is consistent with the Attorney General's guidance and statutory requirements that they have, and I don't want us to bog down by not passing this tonight, and there's an ongoing effort to make this as strong as it possibly can be, and so I want to communicate to the people that are here, and especially the people that have talked about this and have left, that we're trying to make this the strongest possible policy, and that it may be, and I think it's an elegant but a little bit legalistic point to say that, yeah, we can have regulations and we can modify regulations because we don't vote on the regulations, we vote on the policies. But this is a very, very strong policy that can be made stronger if things come up that we find that we can do. But in the meantime, this is more protection than the original passage of this policy.
Mr. Miller?
Yes, I too wanted to just thank both the team here at the district and also the community for their input on our immigration enforcement policy. But all things considered, that I too did have my concerns about the subjective nature of the word timely. Fact of the matter is that if we know in a situation like this, there probably will be some legal ramifications. So having firm timelines on our policies are going to be important. I know that it is important that we get something firmly put in place today. So like Doug, I too want to vote on this so that we can move forward. But I would like to hear also a plan to come back to give us some more practical understandings of timely responses, et cetera.
Yes, I agree, just because it's left up to interpretation. And so I think we just need to be ready for when we train staff what we really mean by the timely care. Thank you.
And just point of clarification, Madam President, I know you didn't say this intentionally. It's not an immigration enforcement policy. It's a response to immigration enforcement.
Well, I would just like to thank everybody for their input. I know we have, a couple of groups that have been with us over the last couple of months. And what we're hearing is we need to do everything we can to keep our students safe and everything we can to make our students feel safe. And so there's more work to be done. This is an excellent start. But this by no means is the end of the conversation. We will continue with this conversation, and we will do everything we can to support our students and our families. So with that, we're going to go ahead, excuse me, and take a vote. I think we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Real?
Certainly. Member Lopez.
Aye.
Vice President Otto.
Aye.
President Craighead.
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Aye.
And Member Miller.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you for the engagement. Next, we will go to our local control accountability plan update with staff. So that is item 16.1. Dr. Baker.
Give our team a moment to get settled back into their seats. Thank you. All right, I am pleased to introduce the team that will be guiding us through LCAP season this year. And just to say a few things about this year's LCAP that I think lay a foundation for what you are going to hear tonight and in the weeks to come by this amazing team. One person is missing from this team this year, so you're going to see new leadership with the departure of James Suarez and Dr. Lucy Salazar stepping into a new leadership role among this team, but a team who also worked together, some of you for several years' time, and coming into new roles and responsibilities as part of this year's LCAP. This is the second year of a 3-year LCAP, and it's really important from a board perspective to understand that this is not starting a plan from its very beginning. This is an opportunity for us to continue a plan, many of which the goals of the LCAP are years in the making and years to work toward. So I hope this year, as you listen to the team talk about refinements and the engagement that they've done, they're going to take you through the journey with them of already a couple months of hard work to get to tonight's update and to move from there. You should be looking for refinements such as district goals being called interim goals in the final draft that will come before you by June, meaning that with the board goals and guardrails and interim goals coming into focus, no longer will this team have to map across all of those. They will be able to use the interim goals as part of LCAP goals. It's also important to note or to be reminded that the LCAP is a state compliance document. It guides the states, first the county's review of our plan, that then goes on to the state for the funding that we receive as a district. That's important because this team last year spent considerable effort taking Vision 2035, the board's goals and guardrails, our newly implemented strategic plan, and then other goals, and spent considerable time looking at alignment and where they could find points of intersection that absolutely illustrates the way that our district thinks about its work in terms of goals, starting with all students, followed by groups of students that are in the excellence and equity policy and how they are being supported in supplemental ways to the core work that we do as a district. And great consideration has been taken to show that. So you should expect a continuation of that in this year's LCAP with additional data that they've gathered, an AI tool analysis that gives us insight in a way that we are learning better how to use, and refinements to our LCAP, not significant shifts. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn over to Dr. Salazar to kick off this evening's update.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Baker. And good evening, Board President Craighead. And if we still have community members behind me, thank you for being here, but also to those watching remotely. So tonight we're excited to share draft 1 of our 2025-2026 LCAP, or Local Control Accountability Plan, often known or always known as LCAP.
Just for a quick point of clarification, we received 2
Yes.
decks. Which deck should we?
The presentation deck?
Okay.
Yes,
Great.
that's the one we're using today. And we'll make reference to the other deck in a little bit. Thank you for that. So As Dr. Baker mentioned, it's the second year of our 3-year LCAP cycle, and this draft will reflect both continuity and thoughtful refinements informed by community engagement and updated requirements. We want to start by sharing that as of last Friday, on our webpage, you can now find the draft 1 of the LCAP, and it's been posted on our webpage, which is www.lbschools.net/LCAP. And as the initial, for the initial draft, some sections will not be complete because we anticipate a lot of revisions coming in, especially as we get more community feedback in the weeks to come. So we will show you how the draft continues to have alignment to the items that Dr. Baker mentioned, your interim board goals, superintendent goals, strategic plan, vision 2035, and state priorities, while still incorporating the updates on this year's community engagement and new state requirements. So Carmen, who will speak in a little bit, will be able to share a recap of this year's engagement process as the key priorities identified by our educational partners. And I'll have an opportunity to review the structure and content of the draft, which again is a state-required document, which will include some minor revisions that we have been making through ongoing engagement. And then the final part will illustrate how our goals, our metrics, and the actions remain tightly aligned by using Goal 1 as a sample. And again, the comprehensive slide deck that you made reference to, Mr. Miller, is so that any community member wanting to see more about the other goals can do so by visiting the webpage. So today we'll address and go into Goal 1, but all the other goals are available on the comprehensive slide deck. But before going any further, I also want to thank the team. George, Margaret, Carmen, and myself have been working collaboratively for many, many weeks. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Margaret so that she can give a budget overview.
There you go. Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, members of the board, members of the Long Beach School community. Let me start first giving the LCAP update by just a brief review of why we're doing the LCAP. So LCAP, as Dr. Baker have said, is a 3-year strategic plan, but it needs to be updated annually, and it's required for all California school district who is getting the local control funding formula money. So it addresses state and local priorities, and it allows us to align our budget to the our resources to the priorities, our state budget. So LCAP help us connect our resources to clear goals, and the goals have very specific and clear matrix on them, which Lucy and Carmen would be talking about at a later slide. And as we look at it, we'll adjust strategies to better support our student. At the same time, the resources would then flow with it as well, if need be. So the next slide is the 25-26 estimated budget. This is as of second interim. Majority of our funding comes from the local control funding formula, about 75%. And of that 828 million, 126 is received through the supplemental and concentration, which it's supposed to be used for increase or improve services for our unduplicated student, which includes our free and reduced or low income, and then our EL, our English learners, as well as our homeless and foster youth. And then about 18% or 193 million comes from the state revenue, and then about 5% is from the federal revenue, which includes Title I and special ed IDEA funding. And lastly, we have about 33 million for local, which is mostly really interest income and some of the donations that we receive from our local partners. This revenue determines the local resources available to implement our goals and action. So understanding the funding levels would allow us to allocate resources in those set priorities. It is important to know, just to put a caveat there, that this is based off of second interim, which went to board last March. We are in the process of updating all our revenue numbers, and this coming Friday, the governor is scheduled to release the May revise projection. So all of those numbers for 25-26 would I would say potentially change, but I think it's going to change, like with some of the news that we're receiving. So a key strength, so those revenue estimate would be updated. A key strength of the LCAP is its emphasis on meaningful stakeholder engagement. As Dr. Baker mentioned, over the past several months, we've engaged with parents, student, teacher, classified staff, administrator, and community members. So the result of those engagement will be in succeeding slide, which I would have Carmen sharing there.
Good evening, President Craighead, esteemed board members, senior staff, and community. I'm going to go ahead and take us through the process of engaging with our families. And as Dr. Baker alluded, we did a lot of this work in the past couple of years, and so it'll be nice to see how these themes continue to resonate with our families, items that we can already see that are alive and thriving in our LCAP. And so this slide here is a reminder of our team's engagement process. It runs from mid-February through June, and it's organized into 3 key phases. And so in phase 1, we invited our school communities to share their input on the programs and services they value most. And we also made sure to keep everyone informed through a regularly updated LCAP webpage, where you'll find resources and monthly updates. And as Dr. Salazar said, in homage to Mr. Suarez, if you're wondering where to find these updates, just visit www.lbschools.net/LCAP. And we also recognize the value of student perspectives in shaping our work. And that's why we connected with the RSVP student group, who shared thoughtful input on their priorities. Their voices continue to remind us of the importance of listening closely and responding with meaningful action. So now that phases 1 and 2 are complete, we're on track and moving into phase 3. And that stage is where we begin turning input into action. And so our advisory parent groups are among the first to preview these early findings. We were with DLAC this week. And as Dr. Salazar mentioned, the draft LCAP has been posted online for public review and feedback. So let's take a look at what we've heard from our community. We'll start with the thought exchange priorities. And again, this is a survey and a tool that we've used with our families and our communities for several years. And so we're fairly familiar in the way that we theme and receive feedback. And so this was the question that was asked. As we develop next year's LCAP, what programs and services or supports do you believe will have the most impact on student success in LBUSD? And the individuals that participated were over 2,000 participants who shared over 1,500 thoughts and provided over 36,000 ratings. And of those that joined in, the majority were parents and students at 95%, which is great to see. We also see the demographic breakdown of our participants, but I'd like to note that in addition to the demographic breakdown, we also know that all of our schools were represented in the thought exchange. So let's see how our community prioritized programs and services, and you'll be able to see over the next few slides how all programs and services were prioritized, along with a brief description. And so in this slide here, we're able to see, I apologize, my notes are out of order. And so these are a total number of thoughts in which we're able to see the ways that our community prioritized. And so we're able to see, as part of phase 1, the engagement process, we asked our community, again, their responses reflected a clear desire for a balanced, holistic approach. So one that supports both the academic achievement of our students along with their well-being. And so key areas focused included academic supports and tutoring, increased access to mental health resources, wellness centers, professional learning opportunities for teachers. And there was strong support for expanding arts, music, and after-school programming, as well as ensuring meaningful family engagement and improved communication between school and home. And we also heard the importance of supporting our neurodiverse learners through special education services, a strong call to continue investing in college and career readiness programs. And so we continue to be grateful for our community and their thoughtful contributions, and we look forward to sharing more as we move into the next phase of this collaborative work. And so what we're going to see in the next few slides are the ways in which the community themes and feedback tie into what we already see represented in our LPAC. And so goal 1, as we know, is our high quality learning for all students. And so goal 1 aims to create a comprehensive educational environment that supports every student's academic and personal growth, ensuring high quality learning opportunities for all. In goal 2 is where we're looking into our equity work, specifically our Black student achievement. And so feedback included highlights as far as expanding our Sankofa programs, providing greater support for our young Black scholars, and we're happy to announce that the Center of Black Student Excellence has already been established. As we know, it had its inauguration on Saturday. Goal 3, we continue to look at our students that are English learners and long-term English learners, and it focuses on providing substantial resources, instructional tools, and professional development to ensure that English learners thrive academically and achieve language proficiency. And by bridging language barriers and investing in their education, we aim to create a supportive and inclusive learning environment. As we look at goal 4, we're looking at our high quality learning for students with disabilities. And so this goal emphasizes providing specialized resources, health services, instructional support, and early intervention programs to cater the diverse needs of students with disabilities. And lastly, goal 5, high quality learning for homeless and foster youth. This is offering a comprehensive support system to our foster and homeless youth by ensuring they receive the education and services necessary for their academic success and personal development. And by addressing both educational and basic needs, we aim to create a stable and supportive environment for these vulnerable students. And so throughout, we continue to see, this is our AI summary of the tool, and so we continue to see a unified overarching vision to create a supportive, inclusive, and high-quality educational environment that addresses the diverse needs of all students, ensuring equitable access to success and growth opportunities. So we thank our community for that. And we also wanted to note the community priorities in action. And so again, these were themes that continue to rise with our community. And we can see, based on what the feedback was, that these continue to be priorities that are both in the LCAP, as I've noted, but that our community continues to tell us about. And so we look forward to them looking through this first LCAP draft and continuing to confirm and help us to revise our LCAP. Dr. Salazar is going to take us through this next process.
Thank you, Carmen. So I wanted for us to now take a look at what we can expect to see in the first LCAP. I'm sorry, I keep calling it LCAP. And so we're going to highlight a few of the sections that have been developed, and again, remind us all that some sections will not be complete, and they are in draft form, but more to come. So what's in the LCAP? So the LCAP is, again, a reminder, it's required document from the California Department of Education. And it has 4 sections within the template. So the first section is the plan summary, engaging educational partners, goals and actions, and increased or improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students, which are often, or not often, but are referred to in this LCAP template as unduplicated students. And just, again, here goes my reminder again that this is a draft, and it will be revised, and there will be additions, and there will be community input that we will receive that will cause us to make revisions. Let's take a look at the plan summary and the pieces in there, because we want to share what you can expect to see in that draft that is now posted. So this part of the plan is really important. It provides context. And it offers general information about the district, but it also is a summary of student performance and areas of need. So as you can see with the red check marks, these are the areas in which we already have some narrative in the draft. And it's there's 3 sections that already have some information in there. It's the general information, the reflections, annual performance, and the comprehensive support and improvement are some of the sections that already have some. The technical reflections are not ready yet for public to review, and so you won't find that in that section. Another section, engaging educational partners. This is the section where we get an opportunity to provide a summary of what did we do. How did we engage with the community? What were the results? And it's the way we hold ourselves accountable for engaging with educational partners. And so here you can see that for this piece of the LCAP, we will have right now up on our webpage a summary as well as a description of the process so far. More to come because we're still engaging with community. And then the most robust section, or the section that will have a lot more information, is the goals and actions section. And this third section presents, again, the goals, metrics, and the actions that form the core of the program. It also identifies which state priorities each goal addresses. So you can expect to see in this first draft that it remains relatively unchanged, as Dr. Baker had said. And this is because we also know that we went through quite a big process of engaging with community, identifying community priorities. And last year, we spent a good amount of time ensuring that we are in alignment with a lot of different guiding frameworks and initiatives within our district. And so this year, we are now in the second year of this 3-year LCAP. And this plan will also include, what will be new for our community and for everyone here, if they so choose to read the full LCAP, is the goal analysis section. And really, this is the part where we get an opportunity to share with the community the overall implementation of actions. We have an opportunity to share were there any material differences between what was budgeted and the actual expenditures. We will provide an explanation of the effectiveness of the actions we said we would take. And lastly, are there any planned changes for the 2025-2026 LCAP? And so the goal analysis is an opportunity to reflect on year 1, but also make some changes as needed. And it's not ready. There are some parts that are, that's why it's not checked. And then the last section of the LCAP is referred to the increased or improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. And this section provides details on how are our programs and services designed to meet the unique needs of these student groups. So this section, again, not yet drafted because we often draft this at the end after we've had an opportunity to revise and make any edits. And it's the one page or the one section that really compiles all the different ways in which we're addressing the needs of these 3 student groups that are, again, often referred to as unduplicated. Okay. So let's talk goals, metrics, actions, and how these are all aligned. So as we move into this current year, second year of developing for the LCAP, we wanted to have an opportunity at this time in a very public way review how last year's or this current draft of the LCAP maintains alignment and how we're going to, moving forward, it will continue to maintain alignment. And so these are simple ways of reviewing our LCAP. So we want to start with what are we aligned to? And so these are this, last year we set out to ensure that the community priorities were not just gathered and that we didn't do anything with them, but that we thoughtfully aligned them with the district's guiding work. So here we have that we are aligning, the goals are aligned to the strategic plan themes, the board goals and guardrails, which will have a different name as we finalize those. The superintendent goals, Vision 2035, which always remains at the heart of our work, and of course the LCFF priorities because we are required to do so. So this alignment will continue into second year. It will continue into year 3 as well. And again, for review, these are the current goals in our LCAP. And so when developing the goals, we wanted to remain focused on intentional alignment, as I shared. And so these first 5 goals of high quality learning, they reflect the values of our excellence and equity policy. With the first one, high quality education and learning for all students, really speaks to the excellence we expect for all students in our district. With the goal 2, 3, 4, and 5, really highlighting and shining a light on our equity work within our district. It's how we serve, and we call out how we are serving our historically underserved students. And these last 4 goals is really how we're leveraging the systems we have within our school district. So we want to be able to focus intentionally on the needs and success of our most marginalized communities. All right, so let's take a goal as a sample of just goal 1. Again, reminder, the comprehensive slide deck for all the other goals is already posted on our webpage. And so here we have goal 1, high quality learning for all students. And this goal is directly aligned, of course, to our strategic plan theme of high quality learning for students. But it also supports board goals 1 and 2 with the focus on increasing reading proficiency and accelerating literacy growth. In addition, this goal is also aligned with Dr. Baker's goals, specifically 1.1, 1.2, 3.1, which include promoting academic growth in literacy and math, and increasing the percentage of graduates who are college and career ready. Goal 1 also addresses state priorities 2 and 4, where priority 2 is implementation of academic content and performance standards, and priority 4 is student achievement. And finally, we have, sorry, let me go back. And so at the center, let me just go back one. At the center, you see how we're aligned to Vision 2035. Again, keeping at the heart the work we're doing through Vision 2035. Now let's talk about our metrics. Yes, we're ready for that? All right. Let's talk metrics. In our LCAP, each goal has actions and metrics and a clear connection to outcomes and student outcomes. So in goal 1, these are the actions that are called out in goal 1. They often represent programs and the services we provide for students, and in this case for all students because it's goal 1. And these are the metrics with that serve 2 really important purposes. One is they track the impact of our actions and our programs and services, but they also fulfill state-required metrics and our own district local accountability measures. Specifically, metric 1.1 through 1.9 align with the required LCFF state priorities. Metric 1.10 and 1.11 reflect our board goals. And metrics 112 through 114 reflect our superintendent goals. And so again, this is intentional to share with everyone here and watching, and anyone that will go on and watch the LCAP review today, but also the comprehensive slide deck. This is available for every one of our goals. I mentioned actions earlier, so let's talk about actions and what they represent within our district. They are often programs and services, and here we're going to walk through just some examples of what are the action items for goal 1. And we have a slide for this for every one of our goals. So these are the actions and some of the examples of actions within goal 1. So for example, 1.1 speaks to pupil services. 1.2 speaks to instruction and some of the examples within there. So we see teachers, schools, and materials because these are funded through our base funding. We see 1.3 has these actions or examples for the actions, again, also funded through base, meaning they serve all students. And then we have some of the remaining actions and what are some of those examples. So additional counseling aligns with counseling support. We see library education program and what some of the programs and services within that. We see literacy support. We see learning acceleration supports with some of the programs we are offering currently to our students. We see how we are preparing our students for college and career readiness, or CTE, career technical education. And lastly, we see wellness centers, which continues to be one of the priorities in our community, and for one that they are so thankful for on our campuses, knowing that they have social workers and materials that support their well-being across our secondary schools. So as we're close to the end, I just want to say that, this was an overview of Goal 1, and we do encourage everyone that is interested to know more to reach out and look at our webpage. The comprehensive slide deck, I suggest you look at the Google version of it so that you can animate it the way we did and you can see the alignment. There on our webpage, you will also find our first draft within that same webpage. But finally, we want to just let everyone know that we are seeking their feedback. So on the LCAP webpage, there is a Google form. And so we're asking you to, as a community member, to ask us questions around what they see. So either you take a look at the comprehensive slide deck, or you do a review of the draft, or you do both. So please share some questions, share some input, give us some feedback, because we will be responding to that and and sharing with the public how it is that we're responding to all that community feedback. So again, this is the engagement schedule that we've been following, and we just want to again thank the community for the ways in which they're showing up. To know that every school was represented in this thought exchange was really impressive to see, and I just want to thank all the team and encouraging everyone across our school sites, including principals, because we have shared this information. We have shared with principals ways in which they can encourage participation in the LCAP at the point in which we were doing the thought exchange. So we want to just sincerely thank everyone here also, because I know every department has been called upon to provide us with information so that we can, so that it can reflect the work that's being done. And so I just want to thank everyone around the table. And we can't go without one last plug for our webpage. So where can you find more of what I'm talking about, right? So you can go to our webpage, www.lbschools.net/LCAP. All right. So thank you for allowing us to share that. We're very excited that Draft 1 is on our webpage.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm going to start out the discussion by saying I noticed the acronyms being spelled out on the pages, and I really appreciate that. That makes it very user-friendly. And want to thank whoever's idea that was. Would somebody else like to join in? Dr. Benitez.
Thank you for the presentation. So I'm seeing a lot of consistency here in the last, I want to say 10 presentations, so appreciate that. I have a question around the use of AI. So are we only using AI to do summary of, in this case, thoughts, or are we using it for ratings and or to pull themes or develop questions? Can you just kind of talk about what else we're using it for and or thinking about using AI for?
As it relates to the drafting of the LCAP, I'll say that through the Thought Exchange platform, it offers an AI advisor. So it's within the platform, and it gives us an AI summary just for, in this case, this Thought Exchange that we launched for this specific purpose.
So were the themes AI-generated themes?
They were, well, initially, but we reviewed them. We reviewed each one to make sure that they were aligned to the appropriate theme. So right, with AI, you can't just trust it. You have to double check it. You can't just, blindly trust what it's generating. And so there is, it took us several days to go through all the thoughts. And so it's serving helpful in developing some themes.
Okay. Quick follow-up, more of a technical question. How do we account for, given that, and we can have a further discussion on the AI thinking, but given the reliance, not over-reliance, but the reliance on ratings, right, to sort of prioritize themes, how do we account for me going on and trying to game this and going on 20 different times and doing ratings?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it is an anonymous platform. It's a secure platform. And so we've had reports. I mean, I don't sit with everybody that, goes on to the Thought Exchange to see how they do it. But if I use it on my phone and then I go back in, it already knows that I'm there, and it'll send me to the last Thought Exchange I did. So you have to have several devices to go on and log in several different ways for the thought exchange.
So as far as we can tell, the 2,300 or so participants are unique?
Unique,
participants,
yes. Mm-hmm.
based on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will say this, that you can go back in and not continue to add, but you can continue to rate other people's. So if you wanted to see, like, so what's going on now? If you did it early and then you want to come back, let's say a week later and see, so what are some of the thoughts that are being shared, and you want to contribute your rating to new thoughts, you can do that. But the adding, no, they're unique.
Yeah, and here's where I'm coming from, and you all are in this every day, week to week, right? So my wonderings are just, here's where I'm coming from. I think it's super impactful to know that our students with disabilities are prioritized, to know that our Black students are prioritized, given that just looking at the participant data, that roughly 9% of the participants identified as Black, right? Yet Black student success is prioritized. So I know we didn't disaggregate by every subgroup, but that's where I'm coming from on making sure that even when we do have, in this case, disproportionate participation from self-identified white participants, 24%, and I'm using the disproportionate based on the percent of students that we have that are identifying that way, that there is still a way, whether it's through analysis or through the summary, to make sure that the themes for the most underserved populations, and what LCAP, in this case, our 3 subgroup populations, are still being lifted up.
Agreed. It was, I think, again, I reiterate, in years past, we have not seen every school represented in the responses, and so it was great to see that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for the presentation. We know all the work that goes into it, and we look forward to hearing more about the LCAP. And
we'll be back.
and thank you for engaging with our stakeholders.
What's the timeline? When do we finish it in June, same time as the budget? Can we ask that?
Pretty much. Yeah, you can ask.
Dr. Salazar, the time frame for this is it gets approved with the budget in June? Okay. So
Yes, so
a month from now.
Correct. So on the website, I apologize for getting up. On the webpage, the current draft does not have any figures on the draft, and that's because we're awaiting, as Margaret had mentioned, the May revise for numbers. And so currently on the draft, it'll say coming soon or not yet, and it's pending the May revise.
Okay, great, thank you.
But yes, regarding timeline, yes, so we'll be back in early June and then mid-June. Early June for June 4th, yes, for public hearing on the LCAP, and then we'll return right after for what we hope to be approval.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to item 16.2, Student Outcomes Focused Governance 2024-25 Goal Monitoring Review. I will turn it over to you, Dr. Baker.
Yes, thank you. Tonight I will also be kicking off the next presentation, a report that a number of our team members will participate in. This is bringing forward from a staff report that was done in October, the concept of goal monitoring. Waiting for the slides to come up just to join me, but I will continue to go. So, as has been expressed in a number of ways in a number of our staff reports, this is continued learning for us as the board thinks about its goals and guardrails, and the staff works on the interim goals, and the board works on student outcome focused governance. We are coming back to you to provide some insight and perspective on our learning about monitoring and accountability. So a number of the slides that you'll see before you tonight should look familiar because they were part of the presentation in October. We promised to come back related to our monitoring and report back to the board. You're going to hear the team talk tonight about classroom observations as a form of monitoring, data and progress monitoring and give you insight as to what those processes were this year for schools. The opportunity to hear teacher feedback and have teacher feedback incorporated into the work of quality core instruction in service to the board goals and guardrails. I'll skip the slide. Brian will take over in just a moment, but thinking about the role of adult outputs and what we want for our students. And you'll remember in October, we spoke to the idea that in order for student outcomes to change, we know that we need to refine adult outputs in the way that we think about the work of adults in our system. And so with that in mind, Brian's going to lead a conversation about alignment and coherence across departments, and then you'll have the pleasure of hearing from members of the team about the work that they've been doing. And it connects back to something that you were asking me about in terms of what divisions are responsible for, or in an earlier conversation today. The work of senior team leaders and what their offices lead and what that looks like. So tonight also might be an opportunity for you to listen in to the performance indicators that are part of the work of different divisions of the district. That was a quick blaze through my slides, and I will pass to Brian.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. We could visualize it as you were speaking, even if we couldn't visualize it on the screen. So thank you, and as Dr. Baker said, my first few slides will really be connecting us back to the October conversation. Back at that point, I was sharing a little bit about the role of Chief Academic Office and really helping level offices, curriculum, instruction, professional development, and the research office come together in a really coherent and aligned way. You probably know this, but the reality is there's a lot more to ensuring we have high quality instruction in our schools than just those three areas: level offices, OCIPD, and research. It actually involves everybody around this table and the people that we work with and alongside. But we thought it'd be really important today, as we layer in kind of the additional supports that go into thinking about high quality instruction, we wanted to make sure that we brought Dr. Sosa Valderrama into the conversation as well, so she can share what the team in OSSS has been doing along the way this year, kind of learning our way into supporting schools and supporting students. So you heard Dr. Baker mention this. We really always think about our why as the center of what we're about. Our why is about multiple things, including making sure the graduates of Long Beach Unified are future ready, they're resilient individuals, they're strong in their literacy, they're strong in their mathematics. And so as we think about that, then the how we've prioritized that over this last year has really been thinking about a few key priorities. We believe our theory of action is that if we really center and develop our teachers and leaders' ability to be culturally responsive and sustaining in their practice, and that we create environments that are culturally affirming, we believe that our students are going to thrive, and specifically that our Black African American students will be successful, and that some of the gaps that may exist will no longer do so. And so then our what then is our goals, our district goals that are aligned by our Board of Education goals and guardrails, superintendent's goals. And at the very end of this presentation, I'll kind of circle back, give you a little foreshadowing where we're going next year as it relates to goals. Here's another visual that I shared in October. It's been a way that senior team has been learning into thinking about that theory of action, and it's starting to infiltrate into our system, and really thinking about, in addition to those key priorities of being culturally responsive, sustaining, culturally affirming in our school and classroom environments, we know that doesn't happen by accident. And so a way that we're really leveraging that through adult inputs is high quality professional learning for both teachers and leaders, really leveraging the expertise of folks within the Center of Black Student Excellence, and how do we develop as culturally responsive, sustaining leaders and teachers through their knowledge and expertise. And then also through the great support of folks in OSSS and OCIPD, how do we think about the whole child, not just strong mathematicians and strong readers and writers, but also the social emotional aspect, the transformative social emotional learning that we know is essential to student success. And so all of this, this is a very simple graphic that actually has a lot of complexity behind it. But at its core, when we think of a school district, how are we going to affect change in our system? It's through what we call a PDSA, or Plan, Do, Study, Act. So when we were with you in October, we were really talking about the plan. We were talking about what do we plan to do? And we shared multiple aspects that we'll kind of touch on today. What I really want you to listen for today, and I think the important part for today's, this evening's presentation and conversation, is really for you to notice where we studied outputs along the way. So I'm gonna continue to kind of use some of the language that we're working with Greg on, that we recently learned about in our board session. We know we wanted to do the inputs, that was the plan. But along the way, we've been looking at some outputs, both student outputs and adult outputs, that are helping us to say maybe we should do things a little bit different. Not wait till the end of the year to see whether or not we actually achieved the outcomes that we wanted, but how do we make some decisions along the way and act along the way based on the outputs that we're seeing. So the Plan, Do, Study Act has really been something that has been alive through this year, and you'll hear about that today. We talked about the alignment, that the board goals that you all set, that we then think about the interim goals, there should be real alignment from board to classroom and back and forth, that it goes both directions. We learn from great things going on in our classrooms, and that helps to inform what we think about as goals at the district level, and goals at the district level should be seen within the classroom. That's both for student outcome goals, which are on that right side in the graphic that didn't quite show up when Dr. Baker was sharing. But it also includes our adult output goals. So our principals, our folks around this table, department leads throughout the district are thinking about how will we know if our adults are making progress in the things we want them to do differently? If we're truly going to change our system, again, our theory of action is the adults have to do something different. And how are we going to know if what the adults are doing along the way is actually is changing the way we want it to, is having the impact we want it to? And it's those adult outputs that we look at. And again, that's in that middle section. So we're going to keep coming back to those inputs, outputs, and outcomes, and that's going to be a theme going forward. So ultimately, something else I shared, and then I'll share a couple of examples here. I shared that in our system, we have a lot of different ways to gather input, feedback, on if the outputs that we're seeing are actually having the impact that we want. And we do that through things like principals meetings, and we'll share examples today of what those have looked like. We have things like teacher council, where we bring together a representative from every school at the elementary TK8 level, at the middle school, at the high school level, to inform us about what's working, what's not. Of course, through groups like our research department, they give us really high quality data that we can look at to determine if students are making the progress. But we have multiple places within our system where we come together. Every Monday afternoon, folks around this table come together with their teams to take a look at, are we having the impact that we want in our elementary schools? And when OCIPD meets with the elementary team, what changes might we need to make? When OSSS meets with the secondary team, what's working, what's not, based on some of the data we're collecting from the field. And so here's a couple of quick examples. And in these examples, and actually throughout the rest of the conversation this evening, I want you to pay attention to a couple things. I think we pride ourselves in Long Beach Unified in being a learning organization, that we are continually learning our way into things. We don't believe we have all the answers, and so everyone around this table and the people with whom we work, we have to continue to learn ourselves so that we can better understand maybe what needs to happen within our district, within our classrooms. And so here's a great example of that. We have a structure we meet once a month called TK12 Collaboration. Folks that participate in that are administrators, everybody around this table, all of senior team has participated in that. Some of the administrators, directors, and curriculum leads in OCIPD, directors and other leaders within OSSS, leaders within and directors within HRS, ELTD. Literally everybody around this table and the folks that we work with are part of that. And the reason I bring that up, it's really, this is something I think has been really special this year. Through expertise from people like Pam Lovett, Venetia Davis, we've really been talking about and learning about what does it mean to be culturally responsive and sustaining in the classroom. What would that look like in the classroom? And what would we want to make sure that every teacher in Long Beach Unified is demonstrating and implementing on behalf of our students? There's so much history and great research that has happened over many years. You see just some examples up here of others well before us that we're standing on their brilliance and their expertise. People like Gloria Latson-Billings, Geneva Gay. And so we've been learning this year alongside our expertise that we have in Dr. Levitt and Ms. Davis. And so we're learning that, and we're then thinking about what will that look like in implementation. And you'll hear examples of that. Another example of being a learning organization, we asked two of our principals, Carrie Nimick and Pilar Perosio, who you all know pretty well. We have a graduate portrait. And so we've been talking about if this is what we want for our seniors when they leave in 12th grade, what would that look like for our 8th graders going on to middle school? What would that look like for our 8th graders going to high school? What would that look like for our 5th graders going on to middle school? And so Ms. Nimick and Ms. Perosio have been helping us to develop what we're calling the graduate portrait continuum, learning our way into what that could look like to have students from TK, pre-K really, all the way up through 12th grade demonstrating the competencies. And then something else that you all recently had an opportunity to have some engagement in is around the EL Master Plan. And that EL Master Plan, while so much of the work was happening in OCAPD in conjunction with our community partners, we also had an opportunity in TK-12 collaboration to learn ourselves about what we were up to give input, feedback, and that has been another way for us to, as a team, learn our way into what do we want to do to make sure that our English learners are getting the supports they need. And then lastly, just I think another one of those boxes that I had shared was where we bring together our TK-12 principals. So all principals in our district coming together 3 times this year. Most of our principals meetings come together in levels, elementary TK together, middle school together, high school together. But 3 times a year, we actually bring all the principals together. And Mr. Zaid will speak a little bit more about this, but in both November and January when they were together, we actually went out in cross-level teams out to our schools and observed practice, observed the implementation of culturally responsive sustaining practice, the thing we've been training on, the thing we've been learning about, things we've been learning about. We went out to schools together in these cross-level teams to actually see if it was happening. So again, input, train people on culturally responsive sustaining. Output, let's get into classrooms and actually observe and calibrate our principals around what is it, are we seeing the same thing? Is what we're all seeing at this school, is that what we call high quality instruction at every school? So that calibration as an output has been really important. And so those are just a couple of examples. As we go through today, I'm really going to ask you to think about 3 things. One, see if you can distinguish some of the inputs from the outputs. So that'll be a little test for you. Maybe we'll even pause and test you along the way. But I want you to listen for where throughout this year we have sought out and collected both qualitative and quantitative data. That's going to be a really important part as we think about that PDSA cycle of the year. Where we've then acted on that data. And so based on that, we've made some data-driven decisions. And ultimately, I want you to listen for the different ways that we consult and interact with our constituents, our employees, our colleagues, and the way that we learn our way, what's working, what's not, from both, yes, the student outcomes and the student output data, but also from what we're hearing from our folks along the way. So with that, I'm going to get Mr. Zaid started while I walk around and give him this clicker.
Brian, as you're walking around, just so that I'm clear on what you're asking us to think, those 3 things, as Mr. Zaid starts us off. So am I to deduce that from tonight's presentation, on any given day, at any given time, in any given grade level, there should be something observable going on related to one of our goals?
Well, absolutely. In every classroom at every day, that we expect teachers to be implementing our instructional, what we call our understandings and expectations for quality core instruction. That is the expectation in every classroom every day. And Mr. Zaid is going to speak in a moment about ways that we're actually, our principals are observing for that, tracking on that, and the way that we're learning from that.
So that's a yes?
Great segue into that.
Thank you for that segue. We started in October, and I just want to share a similar slide that we started with in October, and that's just the critical role of our school leaders. When we think of our principals as both learning and leading, and really the multipliers of that effective teaching. Speaking of having them in classrooms, and so I'll move through this pretty quickly. But similarly, in October, we presented on what we consider to be 4 key levers for both the elementary and K-8 as well as our secondary levels. And we really focused on 1, classrooms observations to elevate practice and intentional feedback. 2, site professional development, the alignment of quality core instruction or QCI, along with Vision 2035, site instructional teams that drive the vision, collaboration, and strategy, and then also data and progress monitoring. And as you heard Mr. Moskowitz just share about that PDSA cycle, or the idea of that plan, do, study, and act. That was a part of what we'll just say are the 4 key levers. I'll go through those beginning with this one. So our wildly important goal was to increase the number of classrooms implementing high quality, equitable instruction. And so I want to point out that as of March 30th of 2025, we have documented 7,538 classroom informal visits. Now, I want to distinguish between going into classrooms informally as a part of, I'll just say, our own formative assessments and checking in, as opposed to what's called a formal observation, which is a lot of times associated with evaluation. This observation is not evaluative, it's formative. It's us learning and being a learning system. It provides us with invaluable insights into how high quality, culturally affirming instruction is showing up in our classrooms. And these observations help us target, support, celebrate progress, and deepen alignment in between our vision and our practice. This is something that was also shared in October, and I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to align. This was shared with our curriculum office, referred to as OCIPD, and where we put our emphasis was right there in the center, which is that idea of transfer learning and deepening our learning, making sure that we were specifically engaging in activities that would help deepen our understanding. And so that's rooted in, as you can see in that middle column, observing lessons, modeling, co-planning, lesson studies. And what I'm specifically talking about are teams of teachers that are coming together and studying a lesson, looking at the impact, and then teaching that exact same lesson in another classroom while making those adjustments, making those tweaks to it to ensure that we're having that impact that we want to have. And so where we've really spent our time this year is in that center column, which is referred to as deeper learning. As was referred to, that included a November K-12, also in November and January, K-12 principals all working in cohorts and visiting each other's classrooms. I'll just say I would love, and I should have a few photos of some of our high school principals in our kindergarten classrooms, have a few favorites, as well as having elementary principals on high school campuses, really looking as we talk about what culturally affirming instruction looks like, how does this look across our system? What does this continuum of learning really look like? And this wasn't just done as a K-12, this was also done individually in our own levels. And so we're really appreciative of the opportunity to partner with, again, our curriculum office, and elementary just spent time in classrooms looking at K-2 literacy across our sites. And again, principals coming together, being led by our curriculum team as we went classroom to classroom, really looking at best practices, not just focused on, I'll just say, some of those phonics skills, but really looking at small group instruction and what we can learn from each other. That didn't just stop with elementary. That also took place in secondary, as secondary really spent some time leading some meaningful math walks. They were specifically spotlighting Algebra 1, as well as 6th grade accelerated courses, which is what that ACC there stands for. And many principals also joined in these cross-site visits to learn from one another, deepen their commitment to culturally responsive classrooms, and to really learn some of the techniques that teachers were using in their individual classrooms. I'll take that just one step further, because we didn't just talk about observations and feedback and deeper learning, but we also mentioned this notion of progress monitoring and looking at data. And here is just a slide of what is built into the ways in which we come together, is really spending time, one, looking at data and what we refer to as our collaborative data studies, where we just look at our assessments, look at how students are performing, and look at what adjustments we need to make in those adult outputs. I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. I think I get a point for if I can use output and input. But making sure that we are making those adjustments, as well as really grounding our strengths in the art of coaching. Just to move a little bit down, I would also just share some of the ways in which our IICs, our instructional and intervention coordinators, and our math and ELA leads, how they also, as a part of learning, work hand in hand with our curriculum department, where they are deepening that content knowledge through monthly literacy and math meetings that are facilitated by OCIPD and Kim Weber and our office, really coming together where our teams are learning from each other. What are some of the best practices? What are some results that you're getting? How are we in classrooms modeling? What are we learning from working with our teachers and our grade levels? And what is the data telling us? And how are we being informed by that? Last but not least, I would also just like to share that this has not just been deepening our learning from internal work. This also has been a call in by some of our outside experts. And we were grateful to have Dr. Michelle Pledger come to a meeting for all of our principals to spend some time deepening our knowledge in culturally responsive pedagogy, and also to have the opportunity to hear from Dr. Seda, who helped us really deepen our approach, and specifically to take this word of critical consciousness and get that into practical action and practical lesson planning for our teachers. And so really thrilled about some of the learning that has gone on and some of the ways that it has, that we've deepened, I'll just say, our understanding. Well, they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And these images here certainly tell a story of joyful, rigorous, and affirming learning. From math tasks that make students think deeply to classrooms that reflect their cultures and voices, we're witnessing this transformation going on. And we just wanted to take a moment to highlight some of the special things that are happening at Cesar Chavez as they celebrated Cesar Chavez Day, as Grant Elementary had a field trip with their kindergartners at Big Saver and really spent some time. You can see the students making fresh tortillas there, working the check stand, learning all about the store, learning about consumerism, and really getting some hands-on learning. Same thing that you can see there at Henry and at Webster. And as I move on to affinity groups that have started at Newcomb K-8, to some outdoor learning at Willard, to some celebrations of culture at Lowell, to some math in action where students are selecting the manipulatives that they want to use and really deepening their mathematical reasoning and their problem solving. So it is my turn to pass on the magic remote here, but I'm hoping that you can just see the impact of how we are learning our way into what it means to be culturally responsive.
Is this the time that we can just ask a couple of questions, or are we wait until the end here?
I mean, Probably waiting to the end would be better, but if you've got a quick, just clarifying for Mr. Zaid, that would be okay. We just want to make sure that we get the kind of the collective so that we can engage in the conversation.
My question was more around when you were talking about the informal nature of some of these reviews. Is there a way that we're capturing some of this informal responses? I think that I think about so I put myself in those shoes, and I could see somebody giving me some great advice, but without having it tangible, it would be hard to really act on. Not hard, but you get my point.
So I appreciate this pause for a moment. Let me just share how that looks. We've taken our Look For's tool, which breaks down specifically what we're looking for in an equitable and inclusive classroom environment. It takes a moment to talk about what it means to be culturally responsive, and then it really starts to get into some of the what we would say are some components of high quality instruction, including rigor and being standards-based, making sure that we have engagement. What we've done is we've distilled that down into a Google tool. And that allows us to use a tool through Google to collect, I'll just say, some data that we then spend some time with OCIPD talking about what are we seeing in our classrooms, where are we seeing, I'll just say, high levels of fidelity, and where are we seeing some gaps, and how does that then inform not just our district professional development, but site professional development. So each principal and principal supervisor have access to the same tool that we use as I go to sites and walk with principals. And then we work with OCIPD to share that data to talk about, again, not evaluative, but formative. So how is this informing our next steps? What are we seeing? And how do we also use that to make sure that, I'll just say, some specificity in the tool? How are we making sure that we're not just in classrooms before recess, but between recess and lunch, between lunch and after school? So it really gives us some data on the quality that we're seeing at different times in the day and across all subjects on elementary, where it's multiple, and then in secondary. So I'll just say 7,000 as of March. If we put the April numbers in there, that would be a little higher. But we are absolutely dedicated to deepening our learning, and this tool is helping us.
Okay, quick question for you. So Mr. Zaid's talking about we're collecting observational data of teacher practice of QCI, quality core instruction. Is that data, those 7,500 observations and all that data, is that input, output, or outcome?
That's an output, correct?
You get I don't know, maybe a free In-N-Out burger or something later.
Just make sure you put a gold star next to my name
we'll get
on the
that
website.
Don't talk about In-N-Out right now.
All right, good evening. I have the opportunity to focus us in on the two levers that are compromise our site teams or data and progress monitoring. And as you know, our department and our elementary team have been working collaboratively together to try to ensure that we have coherence and consistency across our district. And so it's so some of what I share is includes elementary as well. And then there are some things that are exclusive to just secondary. Speaking of something that's exclusive to just secondary, is the equitable grading policy. And as you are aware, this was our year of implementation and our year of learning. And we dedicated a lot of time this year to learn from our teachers. And we also utilized some different structures in order to collect feedback from teachers and also from administrators. As you heard Brian mention earlier, Mr. Moskovitz mentioned earlier that we have our teacher councils. And so that particular structure provides us with an opportunity to gather feedback from a representative from every school site as it relates to our grading policy. And what we were able to do, as you recall, in February, when we had our presentation, at that particular point in time, we were just ready to release our grading policy clarifications and adjustments document. I'm happy to report that in February that document was released. Every teacher received it, and we took time during our principal meetings to ensure that our principals and assistant principals were able to gain some clarity on things that were adjusted or things that needed to be clarified. One thing that we did learn throughout our feedback loops is that there were some concerns about items that were in the guidelines. And so our team worked very diligently, again, gathering feedback from both teachers and administrators to revise our guidelines and to revise our grading, our sample syllabus templates that we've had. And so those actually are ready to be distributed this month. Some have received them. It just depends on when principals are going to take that to their staffs when they have their meetings. And so we're proud to say that we've taken that feedback and have acted on it. And we have seen teachers will see some changes to the guidelines. After the February 5th presentation, we did, however, realize that we were missing the voices of our students. And so in collaboration with our research office, we developed a student survey. And our research department did a fantastic job by randomly selecting 500 students from all of our middle schools and high schools and ensuring that we had students representing every single subgroup in our district. And those students were identified by site, and we asked our administrators to ensure that these students had the opportunity to complete the survey. And so time was provided for them to do so. And then when we received those results, they're still not finalized as of yet. But thankfully, I was able to get a sneak peek into some of the preliminary data. And what the preliminary data is telling us so far, there's a few things that stood out, is that number one, students are feeling very confident using Canvas to monitor their academic progress. And we know that was a concern that we had, but students are feeling much more confident as it relates to Canvas. And teachers have done a very great job at communicating to their students their grading criteria, their expectations for assignments and assessments. Students have reported that it's been very clear and they know what the expectations are. One thing that the preliminary data is showing us that although students are aware of the changes, they still aren't sure why we've made the changes. So obviously there's some work to be done to help them understand that. Once the data is finalized, our team will definitely determine what adjustments will be need to be made. And we'll make sure that the policy better serves our students, because that's our ultimate goal. Also at our high school level, as you're aware, we have high schools that are participating and what is known as the Breakthrough Success Community. We call it BTSC, which is led by our core partners. And at each participating school that's participating in BTSC, we have a team of maybe 5 to 7 teachers, and some teams have counselors and maybe one administrator on the team who collaborate on a regular basis. And they continuously look at data to figure out how can they improve to provide better services to our 9th grade students to make sure that they remain on track. And just a reminder, on track, the on track number that CORE is using, they're talking about on track for college success. And so the data that they use is pointing kids to college and ensuring that they're going to be more competitive when they have that opportunity for college. And so our 9th grade teams are working hard by monitoring and reflecting on data that they have. They're trying out changes, they're studying the results, and then they're scaling successful practices to their entire 9th grade team. For example, at Lakewood High School this year, the BTSC team, they looked at their ABC rates, and they realized that the ABC rates were not as high as they wanted them to be. And that led them to discover that many students were missing quite a few assignments. So as a team, they decided to develop a catch-up day. And this was something that they learned through the network, and they actually learned it from Jordan High School and Garden Grove High School, 2 schools, obviously, that are part of BTSC. And they took what they've learned, created their own version of a catch-up day, and their catch-up day really was embedded into the school day, where teachers who participated ensured that during their class time, students will have a dedicated 30 minutes to make up missing assignments. And what they did that was very beneficial was that they provided teachers resources so that teachers can get students prepared for the catch-up day, so that they don't show up without being prepared and they waste 15 minutes trying to figure out what am I missing, et cetera. And so they did a really good job providing teachers resources. Teachers prepped the students. Students came in prepared. And when they surveyed the students, 91% of the students stated that the catch-up day helped them improve their grades, which was fabulous. Teachers reported that the resources that were provided really helped students just buy into the catch-up day, and they found that many students took advantage of this opportunity. And then teachers also stated that this provided them an opportunity to connect with their students and to improve their teacher-student relationships, which really was a positive yet unexpected outcome. You would imagine we're just going to do makeup work, but then actually they ended up strengthening their relationships with their students. And so the Lakewood BTSC team determined that their next steps were to, number one, fine-tune their process, because there were a few things that they wanted to iron out. But then also, because it was centered where just a BTSC team participated with a few other willing participants, they want to spread that across the entire ninth grade team. And they actually had their second makeup day yesterday and today. So I don't know if those next steps were implemented as of yet, but we will find out. But each of our schools who are participating in BTSC, they continue to analyze data. They continue to identify areas for improvement. They continue to implement effective strategies. They study the results, and then they share the successful practices with the other members of their ninth grade team. And so we're confident that we'll see some positive student outcomes as a result of the work that our BTSC teams are engaged in. As a system, we have a data and progress monitoring cycle for each of our schools. And this cycle begins in August with our school teams when they gather for their collaborative data studies. It's followed by goal setting, by their internal learning walks, and their second collaborative data study, which for elementary teams happen in January, and for secondary, they happen in February. And during the second collaborative data study, teams reviewed and analyzed their data from the first semester. And these teams are comprised mainly of teachers, whether it's their instructional leadership teams, and at secondary level, instructional leadership teams, most likely are department heads. High school, there may be some pathway leads and a part of that number as well. And these teams, they reflect on their site goals, and they look at that data to measure their progress toward their goals. And we've been able to participate as principal supervisors, but we don't go in to lead the work. We're just there to support the work. And we've observed our teams making connections with their internal learning walk and their CDS. They're trying to connect that quantitative data and that qualitative data. And so when they look at their quantitative data, they're saying, well, is what we're seeing in the classrooms, is it working? The data should support that. And they're finding some ways to make some connections. And as a result, they're making adjustments to their action plans. And we have teams that realize after their CDSs that they need to change their professional development plans. We have teams that shifted from one area of focus to another area of focus because the data clearly showed that was a need. One school reached out to OCIPD, a secondary school, reached out to OCIPD to have the curriculum leaders provide professional development to their teachers during department meetings, because when they went into classrooms, many of the elements that they learned in QCI were absent in the classrooms. And so they invited OCIPD to provide a second round of training just for their site to ensure that those strategies were present. One of our middle schools decided to provide incentives to students because they saw a dip in their attendance numbers. And so they wanted to find a way to encourage kids to come back to school on a regular basis so they can get their numbers back up. We had a couple of schools who made the decision to create student focus groups because during their CDS, they had a lot of questions, and they realized that the ones who had the answers were the students. So they created some focus groups, and then they developed some next steps subsequent to those meetings with those students. So the collaborative data study has proven to be a powerful structure for driving meaningful change in our schools. And as principals and our teams implement their mid-year adjustments, our principal supervisors are there to continue to monitor their implementation, hold them accountable, and to ensure that our sites remain focused, responsive to student needs, and committed to continuous improvement. During the months of March, for most of our schools, some schools in the month of April, each school hosted what we call a quality core visit, a QCV. And our quality core visits, we had visitors from various departments in our district. In the past, it would normally be principal supervisors and members from OCIPD, but the quality core visit has been different. We've had visitors from every corner of the district, the business department, facilities, maintenance, nutrition, you name it. And the visit provides two benefits. Number one, the site gets critical friends who are able to provide the site feedback on their implementation of quality core instruction. So we are able to go into classrooms and to give them some outside eyes, some critical friends to help the site see if they're making progress or not. But number two, it provides a benefit to our departments who do not normally enter classrooms, where they're able to see their impact on the classroom. And for this round of quality core visits, our schools welcome 345 visitors to their campuses. And what was really exciting was that for Wilson High School's quality core visit, Wilson had some visitors along with the entire senior team. And the senior team, along with other visitors, we were able to provide that team with some feedback on what we observed. And the principal at Wilson, Mrs. Caverly, along with all of our other principals, they take that feedback and they make some adjustments so that for the remainder of the year, but they also start looking forward to next year. And so we already have schools that are already thinking about the 25-26 school year, and they're taking that feedback so that they can improve and make sure that instruction is improving for our students into the next year, as well as the remainder of this year. This structure, I believe, has had really positive impact on our adults from other departments. And just to share a few highlights, a member from the business office stated that had I not engaged in a walk with diverse colleagues, my own noticings would be limited to my own lens, facilities, logistics, environment, support staff, etc. It was an excellent opportunity to learn cross-functionally, experience the culture unique to each site, and keep me grounded in my why. An adult from Student Support Services said, this experience will directly impact my work by strengthening how I collaborate with site administrators to prioritize wellness and SEL on our campuses. And then lastly, a member from Facilities said, while I don't work directly with students, I feel that these visits allow me to recenter and focus my work on student outcomes. So these visits are more than just observations. They are a powerful opportunity for reflection, connection, and alignment across our system. When adults from various departments step into our classrooms together, they deepen their understanding of teaching and learning, and they re-anchor their daily work in service to students. So the Quality Core visit continues to serve as that bridge, linking every role in the district to the heart of our mission. And in doing so, it brings our adult portrait to life, reminding us that no matter your title, your department, your role, we're all working together to support student success. And so when we jump into middle schools and our instruction and intervention coordinators, we've had support from OCIPD with our IICs, and we also have had outside support with the American Institutes of Research. And our middle school IICs focus on implementing our district's new TK-12 math vision. And what you have to know about our middle school IICs, not all of them are math teachers. And so they had to deepen their understanding of mathematics. And so thankfully our OCIPD team did a fabulous job of providing them some opportunities to do so. They've had math lab days. They've gone into classrooms and they've done lessons, team taught lessons together. And then they've also participated in monthly professional learning sessions where they've been able to deepen their understanding of best practices in mathematics. And what's so fascinating is that when we spoke to our IACs, you can see that they developed some confidence and they realize that they now have stepped to a new level as leaders, because they feel like they now have more tools under their belt, especially as it relates to coaching math. One IIC said, participating in the math lab days has really strengthened my ability to support sixth grade math teachers. The hands-on training and collaborative discussions gave me practical strategies and a better understanding for coaching teachers on math routines and lesson designs. I feel more confident guiding the math department in implementing consistent, engaging practices, and I've seen a positive shift in how teachers approach their math instruction. And that's from an IIC who was a history teacher. Another IIC said the professional development from the math lab days was key in helping me to deepen my understanding of effective math instruction and coaching practices. It provided a clear framework for implementing math routines and intentional lesson design, which I was able to model for my team and support them during coaching cycles. The hands-on experience and collaborative reflection helped me build confidence and consistency using routines that promote student thinking and discourse. Again, I just want to highlight another IIC who was an English teacher who developed confidence and was modeling for these teachers. And then this IAC actually was a math teacher. The professional learning during the math lab days provided much needed support to become a champion of our new district math vision. The learning alongside our math teachers has allowed for consistency in implementation and expectations. Being in classrooms elevated the work to practical application rather than just theory. So these professional learning experiences have not only strengthened the capacity of our middle school IICs, but it also developed confidence in them so that we can have those boots on the ground support that our math teachers desperately need as we try to reach our goal number 3, to ensure that our kids are successful. And not only that, it's elevated math instruction. They're working and they're collaborating, so fostering collaboration on our middle school campuses as they advance our math vision. And so as we look to next year, we're pretty confident that this is going to position our IACs to continue serving as catalysts for instructional improvement. And we are very confident that we're going to definitely see some positive student outcomes in mathematics in middle school. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Lund.
Can I also ask one more quick question?
Yes.
And this is more of a practical question here. Just from an IIC perspective, if I'm a sixth grade math teacher, how much IIC supervision time would I get annually? Just curious, if you had to quantify that.
If I had to quantify that, that's a very good question. Now, when I wouldn't use the word supervision, but support.
Support, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, ignore the supervision term.
Yeah, support. I would say during a week, I'm quite confident that they're in the sixth grade math classes multiple times throughout the week, and then of course during their department meetings, they're definitely there for their department meetings. So if I was to put that in some type of number, 3 to 4 hours a week.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's truly a guess.
Yeah. But on average, you could say that they probably are receiving somewhere between 10 to 15 hours a month of IIC support in some.
Yes, especially if you include the meetings that they engage in.
Okay, not bad. All right.
As we transition to Dr. Lund in a moment, I also, and going back to kind of the question you asked, Dr. Benitez, hopefully you've heard from both what Mr. Zaid said and Mr. Samuels, like almost all of the work that we're engaged in right now is really grounded. Our board goals are such a driving force for us. So you heard Mr. Zaid talk about the TK2 learning walks around early literacy, alignment to board goal 1. You heard the reference to the work with BTSC and making sure that our high school students start out on track, alignment to board goal 4. You've just heard a lot of conversation about mathematics related to board goal 3, making sure our students are algebra proficient. So just these are like some real life examples of day to day we're taking the guidance from you as the board and saying, like, what would it look like to operationalize that so that we actually have the greatest likelihood of achieving those goals. And you'll continue to hear that from the next two as well.
All right. Let me start off by thanking Mr. Zaid and Mr. Samuels for sharing the work and uplifting really the contributions that our teams have made at the elementary and secondary level. So OCIPD is a large department with complex work that supports teachers from TK through our Pathway and Business Engagement Office. There's a complexity even within the special ed team that obviously is supporting students in early grades all the way through our ACT program. So I stand on the shoulders of really an amazing group of professionals, two amazing directors, both of whom you know, Dr. Camarino and Dr. Gonzalez, two amazing program administrators, Lisa Worsham and Carrie Wiley, and then a group of curriculum leaders that support our coaches and obviously the work that our coaches do in trainings themselves, but also working out in schools with teachers. And then what we often don't speak about is the amazing group of classified staff that we have supporting this work. You will see, based on the large number of trainings that we provide throughout the school year, that has an enormous logistical component to it to make sure that teachers get paid, get released for those trainings. So I would be remiss without acknowledging really the hard work of our classified team within OCIPD supporting all the professional development that we do. So you've seen this multiple times now. Obviously, the lever that we provide from an OCIPD standpoint is really a firm belief that professional learning is a key driver in improving classroom instruction. And that has multiple components to it. So I'll go into some of the details around that. It's predicated upon this that I had shared in October, a belief that, it's not just about the content of what you're training, but the structures that you provide to support that training that Mr. Zaid had uplifted in his presentation. And I guess as part of our own learning in this area, I would probably add another plus to that. And this is in our own learning and building upon our own learning within internally is really conditions for learning. So think about content, think about structure, and then supporting adults in particular and adult learning theory around conditions of learning. So that's something that we're actually building on internally on how do we better support adult learning in our training. The content priorities, obviously QCI, you've heard multiple references to really our operationalizing of the understandings of quality core instruction and what does that mean within our system. We have completed to date 709 trainings out of the 772 scheduled trainings for the year. I'm going to let that sink in. That is an enormous number of trainings. These are trainings for generally groups of teachers anywhere from, at the small side, probably 20 to 30 teachers in a setting, to at the large side, we did trainings for all kinder, all first, all second grade teachers, and you were looking at about 160 teachers in a setting. So some of these, like I said, are small groups. Some of these are large groups. You're looking at really thousands of teachers being served across the school year. And these are all training specific to grade level, specific to content, specific to course. So the complexity of that across our system, thinking about the hundreds of courses that we offer at the secondary level and customizing training specific to each of those courses. The 96% positive feedback is at the low end. It's actually 96 to 99% positive across all the measures that we collect. The 96% is one specific to our LCAP measure around I intend to make changes to my instruction based on the training that I received. That is obviously still at the input because it's not actually going in and seeing if they did make training. That would be an output. But it is a huge testament to the amazing work that our teams do in providing training that feels relevant to teachers specific to their content. The second is around culturally relevant, responsive, and sustaining and affirming practices. This is part of our collective learning that Brian made reference to in terms of our TK-12 collaboration space, working with Pam Lovett and working with Venetia Davis. And then our own internal learning in around how do we better support and operationalize culturally relevant, responsive, and sustaining practices. So we can talk about that, but until we actually define what that actually means going into classrooms and saying that this is a culturally responsive practice, this is culturally relevant curriculum, this is a culturally relevant task that's being built out. So part of that is really predicated upon the work of Gloria Latson Billings and the 3 pillars around academic excellence, cultural competence, and critical consciousness, and making sure that that gets uplifted in all of our training. So that was a common theme across every one of the 772 scheduled trainings. The second piece is really our learning opportunities to deepen that practice. So our Center of Black Student Excellence has been working with Dr. Sonia Douglas, and the Black Educational Research Center. So Dr. Douglas did a training with our team internally. You heard David make reference to Dr. Sada's work, who has really helped us operationalize what it means to create culturally relevant tasks through a 4-stage process to help and support teachers in knowing how to start with a rigorous task and build towards critical consciousness at the highest level at stage 4. So this has provided a valuable tool for our curriculum leaders in guiding the training of teachers in support of what does this look like across content areas. Dr. Sada is actually supporting our work this summer. We're doing a whole algebra project, a week-long algebra symposium for all of our 8th and 9th grade algebra teachers in support of our board goal. And she's going to be spending a week with us this summer to help algebra teachers create relevance in middle and high school curriculum. And then next week, we're actually welcoming Dr. Zaretta Hammond as part of our own collective learning. She wrote Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain. She has a new book coming out in August and really provides an additional framework around what she calls cognitive redlining. Let that sink in. So think about the redlining practices that have long been in place. Think about cognitive redlining in terms of where you have access to high-powered cognitive work in schools and where you don't. That has happened across systems and how that has happened. So she uplifts information processing and cognitive rigorous work within a culturally responsive framework. So we're really excited about that as part of our own collective learning that will happen next week. And then finally, Mr. Samuels made reference to our math work and re-envisioning math instruction. We have a new math framework that came out from the state. We will have a new math adoption coming out next year. This has included developing a new math mission and vision around what we deem to be high quality math instruction, a new lesson design supporting math instruction, a 3-component lesson design, really supporting math routines and flexible math thinking. So how do you get students to actually think flexibly across math content, building out culturally relevant tasks in mathematics. And this is all being supported by a teacher advisory group throughout this process that will pull us through actually a full adoption process next year of new math curriculum. Designated ELD has been a huge part of our work. We know that our master plan obviously is in support of our English learners across our system. 144 of those trainings that I made reference to have been directly connected to supporting English language development. This is across elementary and secondary schools. And then, as you know, we've completed the draft, but not the actual full version of our English Learner Master Plan, our 200-plus page document that will continue through our revision process in the summer and in the fall, and has actually springboarded the development of a new master plan that we started 2 weeks ago around a dual language master plan. So Chapter 7 of the English Learner Master Plan serves as a springboard towards a full dual language master plan in support of our dual immersion schools across our system. We have interdisciplinary units in support of how do you build out relevance within the curriculum. So part of that was the development of 16 elementary interdisciplinary units. This is happening at a pilot school, that grant that David made reference to, that uses our Great First Aid curriculum, which is really a fully immersive, culturally relevant and responsive interdisciplinary program in K2. We're learning a lot from that pilot that we're pulling into our own curriculum units in support of interdisciplinary instruction, in support of our Vision 2035 initiative. And then this year we actually piloted an 8th grade interdisciplinary unit in history and English language arts. We know our students walk through classrooms that is very different content. This was an effort to actually connect what they're learning in their history class with what they're learning in their English class. So a fully integrated unit around common themes, common concepts across those two content areas. We'll be expanding that into a 7th grade unit for this coming school year. And then finally, our college career readiness work. We have a full pathway and business engagement office that is working diligently in support of work-based learning and the expansion of work-based learning and dual enrollment. We have roughly slightly over 3,000 students that have completed dual enrollment courses this year across our CCAP and individual dual enrollment. We are hoping that that actually expands to over 6,000 students next year through a partnership in support of our Project Lead the Way courses. Project Lead the Way is a college course that our students currently only get college credit for when they pass an exam. We are partnering with a community college to actually offer college credit in that course. So passing the course with a C or higher, students will get college credit for the 3,000 plus Project Lead the Way courses or students in courses that we currently already have.
Quick question on that, Dr. Lund. So the grading, the grades in the dual enrollment courses, there's new sort of research that's being looked at in terms of the impact that those grades have if and when students transfer, because they start impacting GPA at the college level, right? So be curious how we're tracking that, what we're doing, what we're thinking.
Yeah, that's actually a
that.
part of our collaborative discussion with secondary schools office around really refining our policies and practices in that regard.
Yeah.
And the credits that are tracked on that, and also making sure that students aren't inadvertently impacting their student loans that they can get when they get to the college.
That's right. In addition to inadvertently also impacting their, in some cases, provisional admissions.
Yes.
Because they could be admitted, take a class thinking, oh, I'm going to, and maybe potentially not do well in that class, and then they could get their admissions rescinded based on them getting, let's say, a D on a college credit class.
Yep. This obviously is in support of our collaborative partnerships with Long Beach City College in particular. And we've really expanded those partnerships this year at the executive level as well as at the collaborative level within our secondary schools, our Pathway and Business office, and their college readiness dual enrollment office. The pass rates in our dual enrollment courses are 90% plus. So these are students receiving a C or higher in our dual enrollment courses, which is actually higher than Long Beach City College's pass rates. So really our students that are experiencing dual enrollments are experiencing them in a very positive way and actually receiving college credit at a higher rate in that experience. We have a trades day experience that we're building out. This is a summer program with our community college in support of the trades, support of Port of Long Beach and expansion of that trade work. We have a college career fair that we're building back out for the fall that will be in October that we're super excited about. And we've greatly expanded our industry advisory board. So for those of you that were able to attend our event at MOLA this recent last month, that KHOW had put together was an amazing event in support of our partnerships with our businesses. Personally, Viviana, actually our student that shared tonight from Cabrillo, was at that event herself and had the opportunity to sit next to one of our partners with VAST. And VAST is working on the new space station that's actually being developed. So really powerful industry partners that is part of our collaborative work across our high schools and our pathways. So that's just a quick summary of sort of like the content priorities. David already made reference to our work. New learning was really part of our QCI framework for last year, so the 23-24 school year, and building out some common understanding around the QCI elements. This year has really been around the deepening of learning through modeling and practice, and the transfer of learning, which really requires implementation in the classroom and refinement of those practices from a coaching standpoint. You see one link there for peer observation. By the fall, you will see probably up to 10 links. And what this is really doing in support of our elementary and secondary principals is building out protocols for these practices, so that when you conduct a peer observation, you conduct it in a way that actually has impact. Because there's low-level implementation of peer observation and there's high-level implementation of peer observation. So we are actually building out through our pilot and through our sort of experiencing these protocols, practices that principals and teams at school sites could then replicate internally in support of their own site professional learning. So we're really excited about this as an additional tool for principals and site teams to leverage when they release teachers internally at their school sites. Here's just an example of some of those collaborative PD structures. The colors correspond to the different teams that you can see across our OCI PD teams that have leveraged these practices. So you can see in the peer observation that this year our VAPA teachers, CTE teachers, health teachers, PE teachers, librarians all experienced peer observation this year as part of their professional learning. Our elementary math, CTE, and science teachers all experienced lesson or unit study this year. You see a number of departments that utilized co-planning, co-teaching a lesson or unit in red there. Modeling of lessons with students. Our elementary math and secondary math teams went in and actually modeled lessons with students, with teachers there observing that modeling and discussion of those practices. And then watching and analyzing model lessons that can become part of our own professional libraries on what does good instruction look like in elementary ELA, secondary math. So this is part of our own collective learning, and also a tool for principals to know that their teachers have already experienced these collaborative structures as part of the professional development that we've rolled out. All right, so that is really just a celebration of some of the learning that we're building on in support of really next year's work, really becoming more focused around the board goals and doing more intentional work around, in particular, board goals 1, 2, and 3 to meet those 2028 outcomes that have been set.
All right, we got one more, but before, we're going to do another little quiz. You ready? Okay. So 709 trainings that OCIPD completed, including 144 around ELD. Input, output, or outcome?
It's an input, right?
Input, thank you. 96% positive feedback on the trainings. Input, output, outcome. Just take a guess. There's just a few friends in the room. I mean, outcome. So it depends on when it is in the cycle. If your ultimate goal was to get how many of our teachers appreciate or feel like they're going to do something with the training, if that was your ultimate goal, then that would be the outcome. The way we're looking at it, it's actually an output along the way to what we actually want is implementation in the classroom. But knowing that they say they're going to do it is an output on the way towards that. So, yeah, okay, good conversation. All right, Dr. Sosa Valderrama, bring us home.
All right, I will bring it home. So, for the Office of School Support Services, our department is a little unique. We actually work with all of our departments and collaborate with all of them. But with the exception of BUFM and the adult community transition, we don't directly supervise teachers that are special education teachers in special education classrooms. That happens through the schools and the level offices. The other unique way that we collaborate with our central office partners is with OCIPD. And so as Dr. Lund mentioned, OCIPD also has an inclusion and special education team that includes a curriculum leader and also coaches. And they support, the whole range of programs and schools that have special education programs. So the way we work together is in OSSS, we offer technical assistance, administrative support, programming, administrative guidance to schools, and then we also work with IEP teams and administrators around providing them information and support as they are conducting the business of providing and also offering special education services in the least restrictive environment for students. So with OCIPD, we collaborate. We have been out at school sites listening to parents and teachers in different ways, in different venues. We've also participated in the QCV, those programs that Mr. Samuels was talking about and Mr. Zaid. Our staff also go through those, but we also want to get familiar with the classrooms and what is happening there. And so through those various ways of listening, then that's how we come up with guidance and programming to support schools. So today I'm going to talk specifically about how we are collaborating with OCIPD to support the district goals, because the majority of the teacher-facing training comes actually from OCIPD and our collaboration with that inclusion and special education team. All right. So this year, we have provided many professional development opportunities for special education teachers. So those include the trainings and professional development that Dr. Lund spoke of around quality core instruction and universal design for learning. So those happened last year and continued this year. So we had, I think it was about 11 sessions where we provided that core quality instruction or quality core instruction for special education teachers in particular. And this year, that there was a focus on disability studies and specifically challenging ableism in our schools, within our special education programs. So they were able to provide that to every single special education teacher, and I believe it was about 257 teachers that went through this training over 11 days, many days. I think there was AM and PM, so it was a lot of people. They also provided that session to all of our social workers, all of our psychologists, all of our counselors through our People Personnel Services quarterly meetings. So they've also received that challenging ableism and disability studies training.
Dr. Sosa Valderrama, wasn't that one of the recommendations from the CAC?
Yes, so that was one of the CAC recommendations. If you remember, there were 4, and so making sure that our staff are made aware of what ableism is and how to kind of fight against that. So this is where we've started with that training. And so these were all mandatory trainings for our staff. In addition to that, we had several trainings that were not mandatory, but they were offered, and that was for like collaborative co-teaching and co-teaching support. So those were offered for the different levels. There was some that were offered during the school day, and others that were offered after school. Also, the new teacher training that happens every year, but there's also coaching support for our new teachers. And then customized professional development, for example, at department meetings and school faculty meetings when schools have requested very specific support. The team has gone out to provide those types of training. And then through OCIPD, there's a monthly newsletter for a special education teacher that goes out with resources that we, both in the special education department and OCIPD, kind of work on to put together to give guidance and support to teachers on a variety of different things. It included things like, how to grade, how to use the the new policy on grading, how does that apply to students with 504s or IEPs? And so we've also given guidance on the alternative pathway to a diploma, right? That was something new that came out. And so we quickly, got together with our different departments and we put that guidance together, and then OCIPD has been providing that training to our principals, to our special education administrators, to teachers, to our psychologists, to our related service providers, and IEP teams, so that they are aware of this new opportunity for students. We worked on special education program descriptions to assist our IEP teams as they're making placement recommendations. Again, I mentioned the grading policy, guidance on co-teaching and what that looks like. Even like roles and responsibilities of instructional assistants and behavior intervention assistants and how to use them in the classrooms effectively. So see, I was short and sweet, so I'll turn it back over to Mr. Moskowitz.
Before I do this last slide, if you have any questions, clarifications, I'd be happy to. We could answer those for you now. This last slide will be just a little bit of a preview into next year, but if you have any questions or clarifications, now would be a good time.
I'll start backwards, Dr. Sosa Valderrama, since you went last. So I know that you shared that your office isn't directly observing classrooms in the way that our level head office is described, and I know that you're doing other stuff. And so my question is more around where and how would we see the kinds of things that we want to see, whether it's through the ableism trainings, where are those observations taking place? Because the way that I heard from the level offices, not that it's only doing that, but they're looking for culturally responsive, culturally sustaining. Where are we looking and holding ourselves accountable to our inclusive values?
So actually, it's part of that. It's culturally relevant and inclusive, and I believe it's our priorities 1 and 2 that talk about that. And so we are not, what I meant is we're not the evaluators of the teachers.
Yeah, that's how I
We
understood it.
are in classrooms, but we are working with level offices to make sure that that includes inclusion. And so one of the things that we have planned for the coming year is working on specifically culture climate leadership teams that are going to be providing guidance to schools on like look-fors, like what do we want to look for as far as building positive cultures and school climates that support inclusion.
Yeah. So just one follow-up with that, Claudia.
Can I add something
Yes.
though, Dr. Benitez? All of the structures and processes that have been talked about includes classes with
My
students with
assumption
disabilities.
was
Yeah.
that, right?
Okay.
And I think you framed it that way. And all of you, I think, did. So again, my wondering is around, and you know this from your work with parents and engagement around these issues, so it's more of a, it's not a rhetorical question, but it's a, what do we think about this? So a huge component of this is obviously professional development, training, equipping, building capacity amongst our educators.
Yes.
But right in alignment with that, we can have all these great trainings and stuff. There's still this parent engagement piece on how do we build capacity amongst parents to understand that how to advocate around, let's say, the grading policy or the alternative pathways for diploma, because oftentimes, and again, you know, we don't get the first round, and we're not perfect all the time, but oftentimes it does require, including the gen ed parents for that, for the parent to say, hey, what about this? What about that? Well, I heard at the school board that the district passed the grading policy. So where does that come in? Given that we do offer, you know, through Parent University, kind of like this is what we have, but where is the component where we're also building capacity with parents to be able to engage with teachers, teachers to be able to engage with parents, and advocate for making sure that we're implementing and upholding these things?
Yeah. So just this last CAC, we did the training on disability studies and kind of fighting ableism and bringing that to light for our parents in our CAC. But additionally, our plan for next year is like this training has been really powerful and it's been received really well with all of the groups that we've shared it with, because sometimes we're doing things that we don't realize are ableistic. And so many times very well-meaning people are actually causing harm to students. And so that, the first step is really becoming aware of what that is. And so we have started with our parent group of our CAC, but our plan is to continue that through our parent university next year to offer it to a wider range of parents.
Thank you. And there's a lot here, y'all. I mean, I appreciate just everything, but it's 50 slides, right? So I'm going to try to be very precise here with just two more. In addition to the wondering about the dual enrollment grades in the context of college GPA and admissions, so maybe some kind of just quick report or something on that once you get through the thinking and analysis. So here are my two sort of just very precise needle in the haystack kind of thing. I really, really, really love this catch-up day that you shared in this context. We heard from teachers, from students, this idea and belief that somehow we were diluting the high-achieving students, the ones that were getting A, by providing these other, makeup options or and so I love hearing about that and lifting that up, because I also think it dispels this idea that somehow the students that are being provided opportunities to grow, to improve, to learn, that somehow they don't deserve the grades, right? So more of that, Mr. Samuels. The more that we can lift up that this is not about not being deserving or not putting in the work that the other students put work. This is about the context of the values around learning acceleration, growth mindset, improvement. All the U's, right, are reflected in maybe just the idea of catching up, right? Just kind of rubs folks in different ways. But yes, we'd love to hear more of that. Kind of stuff, because that's why we're passing these policies, right? So that folks can anchor the work in that. Second thing is, I'm always curious, and I referenced it already with you, Dr. Sosa, like the grades, right? And I love hearing about students' feedback on Canvas and what they're doing, what they're not doing. I think it's also, as a part of that, helpful to understand, well, how many parents are using Canvas to get grades from students, right? And that's why I'm like, okay, but if parents don't even realize we have this grading policy, how can I advocate? And so I'd love to get like how many parents are getting the grade reports, right? And so it's one thing to know this is what Canvas does. It's one thing for a student to know, oh, here's why I can do X, Y, and Z. I think the parent component there is also as important. So those are just my two very in the midst of all the information that was provided today.
Yeah, and just real quickly, I failed to mention that we're in the process of developing a parent survey as well that should be deployed this month in collaboration with the research office. And so we're excited about what that's going to tell us as well.
I was being really
Okay.
conservative there, President Craighead, because it's late.
Yeah. Do we want to finish up this?
Let me just give this one last slide here.
Okay.
And the only reason I do this, I think it's important. So I talked about us being a learning organization, a data-driven organization, a listening organization. So that PDSA cycle that we talked about early on, right? Plan, do, study, act. They can be large. The LCAP, frankly, is like a 3-year version of that. We're going to do something. We're going to plan to do something. We're going to do it. We're going to, along the way, we're going to gather data. You heard today what that looks like, and we're going to make some slight adjustments. So it can happen over a 3-year cycle. It can happen over a month or two. So we, based on the feedback we've learned this year, we're actually starting our next version of planning for next year. And so just a few examples. One of the things we heard from folks was that the different district goals, board goals, superintendent's goals, people were like, well, what is it we are supposed to be actually focusing on at the school? So what we're going to do as we come to you in the next month with our interim goals and interim guardrails, those will be the district goals. And the interim goals and interim guardrails aligned to the goals and guardrails will be the district goals. So that's going to be a slight shift. You heard from lots of folks here talking about we can't just keep teaching new concepts in quality core instruction. We have to actually get our teachers to deeper and transfer learning. We're going to continue to really go deeper into the same concepts we've been building on around culturally responsive sustaining practice. Real excited about this with Dr. Madrigal and her team. We're creating these quarterly progress monitoring cycles where every November, every February, every April, the entire system will be sort of pausing at that time to look at student data, student outputs that we've collected through assessments and making then those mid-course corrections. So that's we've been looking at data for many, many years in Long Beach, but we're going to do it in a very different, structured way that is set on these quarterly timeframes. You heard about the graduate portrait continuum. I mentioned that Ms. Nemec and Ms. Pirosio had helped us with. We're going to start to implement some things and learn from that from our teachers. And then much more to come on this, but we have new California standards for the teaching profession that were revised last year. We're going to be talking about how do we bring that into our understanding of culturally responsive sustaining. We've done a lot of flaring and learning a lot from different people. You heard some experts that we've learned from, both internal and external. And what does that look like to bring that into an instructional framework that we can use with all of our teachers? So just showing a little foreshadowing into next year that is really about like how are we going to do things different next year? What is our plan for next year based on what we've learned along the way this year? So thank you I know it's 40 minutes past my bedtime, so I appreciate all of you staying with us.
Well, not that I was keeping track, but we started this presentation an hour and a half ago. So yeah, an hour and a half ago. So I would just recommend that in the future, we either make this a workshop presentation or divide it up into pieces or something, because it'll be more easily absorbed at that point.
Yes, but I don't want it to go unsaid or unnoticed. All the thoughtfulness and time that went into this. I mean, you all gave me my second win with this, right? So yes, it was a lot, but I see you. Right, I see you.
Yeah.
I agree. It was a great presentation and do appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for everything. Obviously very comprehensive.
I'm ready to go. Let's do it again, Mr. Otto.
Yeah, but for that, okay, we're going to move on. We're going to go to the next agenda item, and that is, oh my goodness, 17.2, approval of revisions to Board Bylaw 9000. Mr. Strumpford, thank you so much.
He's a genius.
Yeah.
This is going to go later.
Thank you for being with us. I know you flew in from the Bay Area to join us on our, that's the Bay Area, to join us for our discussion on bylaw number 9000. So I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, President Craighead, board members, Dr. Baker, and senior staff that remains. Excuse me. You as a board are continuing the process of developing and approving board bylaws to provide written policies for board members. Tonight we take on bylaw 9000, the role of the board. As a reminder, we began this process last fall. Greg Klein, AJ Craybill, and I provided drafts of a host of board bylaws for the board members to consider. Some proposals were for new bylaws, others suggested edits to existing bylaws. These drafts were provided to the board and the public for the December 7th special board meeting. Following that meeting, board members were given the power to edit and provide thoughts and comments regarding those drafts. So here we are with bylaw 9000. It's a policy that already existed, and you are considering edits. The red line edits that are in the board packet and available to the public focus on board member suggestions and concerns. To facilitate the discussion tonight, I just want to take a couple minutes to highlight the decision points for the board tonight based on your feedback. So just real quickly, I'd like to go through some of these edits that seem to be what will be your decision points for tonight.
The governing board, at the very beginning, if we start right at 9,000, the governing board is composed of 5 members elected to the community. That one of the board members suggested that we not include the number and just say it's composed of elected officials in case that number changes in the future. I provided to the board the education code section regarding changing board membership, whether it's from 5 to 7 or 5 to 3. It's a fairly complicated process, but it certainly is something that could happen. The edits on addressing student needs and ensuring that educators are being heard and feel heard. These ideas were voiced in some fashion by several board members. One of the questions to consider is how to measure these additional responsibilities, but both of these seem to be in line with what you're trying to do as a board. If we go down to 2D, when we talk about budgets, a majority of the board members voiced a desire to have more hands-on discretion regarding the budget and writing, and providing guidance is something that one of the board members suggested that I thought was a good addition here to D. Go down to G. Several board members suggested language in this vein to correspond with current work being done. This is the part that talks about monitoring and ensuring achievement and or adherence to board goals and guardrails. H, upholding and representing the community's vision around student success. Board members suggested this language, and it is included here for discussion when considering this bylaw. 3C, being knowledgeable about district programs and efforts in order to, adding this edit, better understand the work of the district and serve as effective spokesperson. A board member suggested this language, and it doesn't seem, at least at first blush, to be controversial. I know we always think that, and then we end up having a discussion on each one. Further down, under 5, paragraph 3, this language that is being suggested to strike is recommended by the Council of Great City Schools in order to clearly delineate the superintendent's role overseeing staff vis-a-vis the board's role. However, several members of the board were uncomfortable with this language. It was not a majority of the board, but it was several members, and so I wanted to bring this back. I'm only striking it here for conversation. I'm not making a suggestion. As I've mentioned before, I'm not making recommendations here. This is for you to decide. I'm just trying to facilitate discussion and help you get to answers. Hopefully there can be discussion about that. And one last thing I wanted to mention that I did not include in my document that I provided to the board and to the public. The next paragraph, there is a section that talks about if a board member makes a request to the superintendent and the superintendent believes it'll take a considerable amount of time, the superintendent can notify the board president, and with the board president's approval, add the request to the next board meeting agenda for a full board to decide on. I do want to mention there was one board member who had some concerns about this addition. This is recommended by the Council of Great City Schools. But again, it's something the board may want to consider. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I will now get out of the way so the board may have discussion and potentially vote on bylaw 9000. Thank you.
To confirm, we just need to make a motion and then move for approval and then go to discussion?
Correct.
All right.
The first one would be where it says, well, they're not numbered, but the first bullets where it says ensuring that educators are being heard and feel heard, I would change it to ensuring that educators are heard. Period. I think it's too difficult to figure out whether they were heard or not. Secondly, under number 2, establishing an effective and efficient organizational structure for the district, I would just go to D, where it says establishing budget priorities, providing guidance, and adopting the budget. I would just say not change the words, but the order of the words. So it would say providing guidance and establish budget priorities and adopting the budget. So it doesn't change the substance of it, but I think it makes it cleaner. And but sure that 2D would read providing guidance in establishing budget priorities and adopting the budget. And the last one is the last recommendation, which is under Wayne's version, it's WS7. Where he says this language is represented by the Council of District Schools in order to clearly delineate the superintendent's role overseeing staff vis-a-vis the board's role. Several members of the board were uncomfortable with the language, so it was stricken draft, but so we can talk about it here. I would leave it. I don't think I think I would take whatever it says there that was taken out, I would take out. So with that, that's my motion to approve it with that and no other changes. Is that?
And to confirm, that third action is the removal of the striking of the board members will refrain from initiating discussion.
That's,
okay.
I'm saying we should strike that like they recommend, and with all deference to the Council of Great City Schools, where I'm a delegate, I don't think it's necessary. This is what I call an Occam razor problem. It's not unnecessary, and it's still very clear.
I just want to make sure, Mr. Otto, so your motion is to leave that in?
No. It was stricken.
Yes.
I would keep it stricken.
So keep it stricken?
Yes.
Okay.
So there is no change.
Yes, there's not.
So you're making a motion to not change?
Yes, I'm
what
not.
We already have, okay.
So those are the only 3 things, otherwise I would leave it.
And actually, Mr. Otto, that would be 2 things, because
Right.
what you're saying is the third thing actually stays the way it is, if I understand.
I'm just disagreeing with your verbiage.
Got it.
Before someone seconds, because I want to make sure that I'm on the same page here, Mr. Otto.
Okay.
There's either a glitch or a typo in 3A, Wayne, and it may just be the way mine printed out. 3A, establishing and adhering to standards of responsible governance, including, and then I have the word he. Okay, I just wanted to, so is that acceptable as a friendly amendment to your motion, Mr. Otto?
Only if you'll agree to the other changes.
Okay. Got it. So I'll second the motion.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, any discussion? Mr. Miller?
No major comments, but I think that in principle, it still establishes the importance of our role to the district, and so I feel comfortable with Doug Otto's suggestions and I'm willing to move forward.
I do have a few, but I don't want to change the motion. But these are not, this is just for clarification, not fundamental change, Doug, okay? So I have just a few. Okay, up to you. There is in the, I'm gonna read here, Wayne, I'm going off of 2 copies, the red line one and the clean version. 2H, upholding and representing the community's vision. I would suggest adding values for consistency, because we've been talking about vision and values with board goals and board guardrails. So that is one suggestion, Doug, to add values to vision. Okay. Let me see here. I'm trying to make this trying to lift up the spirit of what you were. So on the, I can go either way. I'm sharing it. On the 5-member being taken out, the point that you highlighted, I just want to provide a little bit more context on the complexity of doing this, right? as a reminder, when we went through redistricting here, because of the charter in the city, we still had to go back to the city for stuff. So given the nature of the complexity of the basis for either moving up or down in numbers, I don't know if it leaves us in this vague space if we don't have 5 in there, given that we are in adherence to the charter and given all the headache that we went through to get our maps passed, to have to go back to city council. So I don't want to potentially put something here that then the city charter says, oh, you can't do that because you're out of the compliance. So I don't know. I agree. I don't remember who it was, but I agreed with it at the time. I'm like, yeah, it's not really a big deal, 5 or none. But given the complexity of then changing that, I don't know if it's worth putting ourselves in a position where then someone says, oh, you're out of the charter because we got to go through these things with the city. That's my. I can go either way on it.
So you're recommending that we
leave it
in?
as is, yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Just for clarification, leave it as in, meaning leave it in?
Yes, the 5.
I apologize beforehand because on my end, I don't know if it's stricken or not.
Yeah, mine's not stricken.
Okay.
Ms.
It
Lopez?
is not, at this point, is not stricken.
Okay.
It is in the draft.
Okay. Last one, Doug. Easy. 2D. Establishing, with your wording, I think you said.
Providing guidance is first.
Providing,
then
just.
establishing
Uh-huh.
budget priorities.
So I would add friendly amendment in alignment with board goals and guardrails. So the budget priorities, the guidance, the adopting the budget would continue to be in alignment with our board goals and guardrails.
That's fine.
Okay? Those are my.
Okay, Ms. Lopez?
So I noticed that the copy that we received with the revisions was different than the original copy we received on December 7th. And on 4A, had the evaluating the superintendent was left out. What originally had that included and setting policy for the evaluation of other personnel. And I believe that should have been kept. And on 4C, monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness was left out. And requiring program changes is necessary was as currently it was initially in the policy, I believe should be left in the policy. Also, the
Ms. Lopez, can you read that one again?
It's not here. That was in the original policy,
Yeah.
from the December 7th. So it said that that the board would evaluate the superintendent and set policy for the evaluation of other personnel, and then monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness, but we left out requiring program changes as necessary. And then on number 5, the word subordinate, I just don't like the word subordinate. I think that, to describe individuals of lower ranking, I think that a different word that's a little bit more neutral would be a good idea.
Ms. Lopez, on your first one, I'm in agreement with your first one. I'm wondering if the evaluating the superintendent and setting policies for the hiring of other personnel, that's in 2A on my copy. Employing the superintendent and setting policy for the hiring of other personnel is in 2A.
Oh, put that, okay.
Yeah.
Is that okay with
And
you?
No, yes, that's.
Yeah, I do want to mention
Yes.
that these edits you're mentioning were in the December 7th packet as strikes, and that was, for this one, that
Yes.
was the reason why.
Yes.
Because it was in 2A.
Okay, because I was comparing them and it was struck out.
Yeah, I just want to
Yes.
make sure that you and I are,
Yes.
it is
Correct.
in there if you think that suffices
Yes.
for 2A.
Yes.
Okay.
But then I think the one that I just really can't get over is the number 5, if a board member makes a request that the superintendent believes will take a considerable amount of time for staff to complete or create.
the superintendent shall notify board president, and with the board president's approval, at the request to the next board meeting's agenda for the full board to decide on. And I really think this is going to limit access to information to board members, essentially limiting form of transparency. I think that if we can't ask for information and get that information, you know, it's going to take us to make public records requests, but I really think it's going to limit information if we need it to make informed decisions.
You want kept in or what?
It's the
5.
Number 5, the 4th paragraph, and this is the one I mentioned at the end of my talk. This was language that AJ and Greg suggested. What it does, the idea behind it, is that if one board member makes a request that is significantly difficult or time-consuming, and the superintendent feels like this is too much for my staff, I think the idea would be the superintendent and the board member would try to have a discussion first to see if they can come up with an agreement of like, okay, that's too much. How about if I get, what are you really looking for? Okay, what if I can get you this information? If there's not an agreement, then the superintendent has the ability to talk to the board president. The board president can disagree with the superintendent, but if she agrees with the superintendent, she or he agrees with the superintendent, then it would go to the full board. So the full board would vote on whether that information would come out. So there is, I think the idea, my understanding of the idea from talking to Greg, is that it protects both the board and the superintendent. If the superintendent feels like it's overly burdensome, she can make that concern known. Meanwhile, the board member still has the ability, the superintendent can't tell that person no. The superintendent has to go to the full board, and a majority of the board has to believe, that is too much. We're not going to allow that. So that's the idea behind it, is it protects both.
Yeah.
Again, I'm the facilitator here. I'm just giving you the information. I'm not suggesting you vote one way or the other.
I hear the concern, Ms. Lopez. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, what are your thoughts on what potentially we could do if I asked Dr. Baker, I want the last 25 years of grades per grade level by Tuesday, and I want an analysis over time, aggregate versus grade level grades. Obviously, that is not a viable thing to get back to me. I'm using a very extreme, but what I'm wondering is, because I agree in principle with, okay, what would you propose that then, what would happen at that point?
So I think that's an extreme example, and I don't know that we have that problem here, but I do know that I have asked for information, and I have been told, oh, this is very time-consuming. But yet I needed that information to make decisions. So I just think that by limiting that information to board members, that's really limiting, information to us. And I don't know that we have, that we make requests very regularly.
I have, and I'm wondering if what you shared here, that it's not that the superintendent says no, it's that the superintendent says it goes back to the board, and then amongst you all, you can make that determination whether it's a viable, request.
Superintendent. It says that if there's not an agreement, then it goes to the board to make a decision as to whether it's too burdensome.
Is that your interpretation of how this reads, Wayne?
It is, yes. Yeah.
So it's not that the superintendent says no. It says, I think that's a hard request at this time. Let's take it back to the board for the board to decide.
Correct. And then the board will make the final decision as to whether it goes to the requester and the full board.
Okay.
So I guess my vote will reflect that I believe that the board should continue to be able to require program changes as necessary,
and we should be able to request information and receive it. This will help us make informed decisions and will bring transparency.
So I want to be clear because I want to capture your statement here. Are you requesting that we add on 4C the statement of requiring program changes as necessary?
Yes.
Okay.
As a board with a board decision, not necessarily an individual board member saying we have to make this program change. Is that what we're saying here?
No, that's what we originally had. We had, the original bylaws had that the board would continue, could require program changes as necessary. That was originally in the board bylaws. So I think that that's necessary, and I do believe that we should have access to information when needed.
So I guess the question is, Mr. Otto, would you accept?
I'm not sure I understand what the request is.
The request would be for item number 4, under C, where it says monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness, requiring changes as necessary.
Can I make once again, we're workshopping this here. Can I make a small suggestion to your statement, Maria? What if it says monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness, requiring programs changes as necessary in alignment to board goals and guardrails? So necessary is subjective, right? But if we're seeing clear underachievement by students, we're saying that she will have to make necessary changes to be in alignment with our board goals.
The language?
So once again, I said, so it already states monitor student achievement and program effectiveness. But the part that has been removed was the statement of requiring program changes as necessary.
Yeah, the actual, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
The actual wording is after the word effectiveness, it is and requiring program changes as necessary.
Yes. And my suggestion is using, I guess, the original that says monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness and requiring program changes as necessary to achieve board. I don't know what the word.
I think
I hope
by-
you guys get where I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, but I think just by leaving it definitely allows us to say like, hey, this is not working out. We want to see something different. If
Right.
we're not getting the outcomes that desired
And-
outcomes.
And I think we're saying the same thing. My point is saying, when you say the term, it's not working out, I'm saying on whose judgment? If we say the judgment is
The
board goals.
If the board says.
Yeah, but if we're saying that board goals is the judgment, the board goals are the metric in which we're saying it's not working out. That's why we want you to make the necessary change. And that's why I'm saying.
What if it doesn't have anything to do with board goals?
Right, that is
Well,
true.
then there's no need for her to make the necessary changes.
So but did it used to say monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness and requiring program changes as necessary?
Correct.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't see anything wrong with it either, but I think if we want to be more specific on why we would want to request program changes and require program changes, I think that it would behoove us to say, because we want to improve our board goals.
But it says that, just to you, were you gonna?
I was just gonna say, what I'm suggesting is to leave it the way we had it, and then just allow for board members to request information when needed. I don't think that we have a whole lot of requests, but I just think that if we need information, it should be provided.
So
in the.
she would live with monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness and requiring program changes as necessary.
I would too, but like I said, I don't think it's not a deal breaker for me. I think that it's semantics, but I think that if we're going to play the semantics game, removing the term necessary and having a firm metrics on why something would be required for changing, like board goals, would just help us give it some more.
There may
some
be
more meat.
something that you want to change that has nothing to do with board goals that you then couldn't do, because it would have nothing to do with board goals.
But in 2G, colleagues, it says monitoring and ensuring achievement and or adherence to board goals and guardrails.
Right.
So I think I think it already says that. That's what we're monitoring, right? In adherence to board goals and guardrails.
Right. So you would say the requiring of changes might be redundant?
Yes.
Or saying, or putting the money.
Adding the board goals and guardrails because it's already there.
Yeah.
So again, the deductive reasoning here is that precedes the change, right? We're not going to come up with a change out of the blue because we've already said the monitoring is in order to ensure achievement according to board goals.
Got it.
And guardrails.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay,
So to be clear, we are in agreement that we can make edits to 4C that adds that last statement that Wayne, can you read the full?
Sure. C would then read monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness and requiring program changes as necessary.
Okay, then I think there's one more change, Ms. Lopez, that you wanted to talk about the request for information.
Yes, that's really big. And if we can eliminate that, that is on number 5.
It's the fourth paragraph on number, or wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth paragraph on number 5.
Yes. The second sentence. If a board member makes a request that the superintendent believes will take a considerable amount of time for staff to complete or create, the superintendent shall notify the board president, and with the board president's approval, at the request to the next board meeting's agenda for the full board to decide on. I think we need to cross that off.
The whole sentence?
Yes.
The whole,
It's I think it's one whole long sentence, the second sentence in the 4th paragraph.
My only reservation,
yeah.
and I'm trying to take the current superintendent out of this.
Yeah.
And because I've had this happen to me, is what's considered, again, removing the current superintendent. If there's another superintendent here and that superintendent uses their own judgment and says, yeah, that request that Juan made, gonna take too much staff time, it seems arbitrary. Where I am figuring out, okay, then what would we do? I think the following language is, it comes back to the board,
Right.
and then we can have a discussion and say, no, we want that as a board.
the reason I agree with the language as stated here is because in the end, we want the board to be responsible and make the decision, and this guarantees that.
That's right.
It does not cede the decision to the superintendent.
That's right. But how do we account for Ms. Lopez? I remember a time, not so long ago, colleagues, where in my board report I'd say, can I get this? Can I get that? Can we get this? Can we get that? And there was no mechanism. It was just me talking, right? And because I would only do that because the request was not being fulfilled when I individually made the request. So I was like, I guess I got to include it in my board report. And again, my expectation is if executive staff reports to the superintendent, executive staff is not going to go against what the superintendent, accounts for. And again, it's not to this superintendent, but I have been there. And then, so executive task can be told, don't respond to that request because it's untenable or it's too much work or whatever. So how do we account for that? I see where the question is.
I think as a bylaw, what you want to guarantee is that the board has the ultimate authority to make decisions, and that's what this does.
Yep.
And that's why I don't want to change it.
Okay.
Would it make it a meeting longer? Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe, possibly, but
And then in principle, I'm going to go to Mrs. Lopez's comments. I think that putting it on an agenda would force the board to have a public conversation about why that information hasn't been sent. So if it was something that was very important, right, in alignment with one of our board goals, and somehow you just couldn't get the superintendent or executive staff to provide that information, now you would have to publicly defend on why you wouldn't want to provide that information, and I think that would be a tough conversation, especially if it's something that's truly pertinent. And I think that it's a good mechanism on, I guess, the didactic process in which you can get to getting information.
So I'm going to push back, Mr. Miller.
Okay.
Because I'm reading it literally here, Wayne. I know the spirit is one thing. The literal is, what if the board president says, yeah, nah, we're not putting it on the agenda?
Yeah, and I think along those lines is what the information that I may see as important, that I may need to engage in discussion at a meeting, may not be what everyone else sees as important or critical, or a request that any of you may make. I may just not think it's that important or critical. And so I think that we may have our own reasons for requesting information, and I think it just should be available.
The superintendent shall notify the board president, and either the board president or the superintendent may add the request to the next board meeting.
But in this scenario, Doug, the superintendent wouldn't, because that's the whole reason for this. So why don't we just remove that it has to get the approval of the board president, and say superintendent would just take it back to the board and the board decide?
Well, I'll just add that I believe this actually gives more power. The way I read it, and maybe I'm wrong, but the way I read it, the board president can tell the superintendent, no, provide the information. I'm not taking it to the board.
Right, but that's Maria's concern, that even the board president could be in cahoots with the sitting superintendent, and then we'd never know what that information is. That's why I'm bringing
all
it.
this nefarious scenario here. Everyone's landing.
And transparency is key.
Yeah.
Transparency is key. We are serving over 60,000 students, and we should have the information we need to make informed decisions.
I think we're all in agreement that the board should be the ones determining when we want some information, that we should get that information. But that's why, to me, the literal reading for me is the president could very well be unilaterally deciding, no, we're not gonna put this on a board agenda. And I agree that I don't want to leave it up to one person to make that determination.
So you could change the wording to take a considerable amount of time for staff to complete or create. The superintendent shall notify the board president, and the issue will be added to the next board meeting agenda.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Can you repeat that?
No. Not at 10:30 at night. The superintendent shall notify the board president and will notify the board president, who will add the request to the next board meeting.
That works for me.
Can I ask why we can't just leave it out and allow board members to request information?
Well, I think I'll tell you what AJ and Greg would say, and that is, we may not have a problem now, but you create policy for potential problems that come up, and problems that others have seen before, and this has been seen before. And so the idea is, let's have it in writing before the problem exists. And the problem is, there may be a board member in 2 years, in 4 years, or whenever, who is asking for unreasonable information. You see it now in the politics of boards throughout the state of California and throughout the country. So the idea is to, again, as I mentioned before, kind of protect both sides. It protects the board because the board makes the final decision, but it also protects the superintendent and staff from an unreasonable request by having a way to appeal it and have the board consider it. That's the idea behind it.
But we can cross that line when we have that problem. It is also my understanding that they are recommending that we are revising these policies every year. So while we don't have a problem, and why would we limit ourselves from accessing, like getting the information we need to make decisions that are impacting our students?
You're really, well, are you asking me?
No,
Or is that,
I'm just-
is that, you're, okay. It's just a rhetorical question.
So, Mr. Otto, because you're the author of the motion, it would rest with your decision, because we're going to be voting on your motion, how we word this.
Yeah. I'm comfortable with the way, I'm comfortable with the way it reads now. I am not worried. I'm much more interested in there being opportunities to have to resolve this issue in the way that's presented here, as opposed to just the possibility of creating a problem with an unreasonable request that we can't do anything about.
So, Mr. Otto, I think that's what Wayne suggested with the revision that he made right now.
The only thing, the thing that changes is we take away the board president's power to make a unilateral decision.
Right. And we make it a
That's
board
fine.
decision now.
That's fine.
Correct.
That's fine.
And not only does it do that in regards to, I don't want to say the term take away the board president's power. I think that it doesn't give her the unilateral power, but it also creates a heightened level of transparency. So it's not just a conversation between one person or two people. Right. The entire board is well aware of the request of the information, and then it also gives us the opportunity to, which is a big deal that we'll be talking about a little bit later, and that is the governance of our time and how our time's spent, right? If I'm asking for requests, I want to see the attendance records of our students the day after the Super Bowl for the past 25 years. That's obviously an unreasonable request, and if I'm very passionate about the Super Bowl, it'll be silly, but all things considered, it would be the board's ability to say, no, Eric, we're not going to get you the Super Bowl student attendance records because we have bigger fish to fry. And all due respect, I would appreciate at least hearing from the board on why that wouldn't be unreasonable. And that's what this suggestion does.
It checks unreasonableness in both directions.
Right.
And while I agree with that, I think that if I need information for a meeting, and now I have to wait, so the information was needed, let's say, for this meeting, but at this particular meeting, now we're going to discuss it, and then I'm not going to get it until later after the meeting, then I think it can also defeat the purpose. And again, I think that board members should be able to say, hey, I need this information, and it should be made available to us.
And I agree with you, but once again, this statement doesn't say that you can't request information. It's just the ones that are going to create considerable amounts of time.
And I'm concerned about a situation where you give too much power to any individual. It undermines the need for the board to work together and talk about these things and reach conclusions. And I think the mischief is in elevating one person's concern above the group. And we ought to look for opportunities for the board to work together, as opposed to just have one person get whatever he or she wants.
Okay, so Mr. Strumfer, can you give us an alternate wording on that last sentence?
I believe so. So that sentence would read, if a board member makes a request that the superintendent believes will take a considerable amount of time for staff to complete or create, the superintendent shall notify the board president, who will place the issue on the next board meeting agenda for the full board to decide.
Fine, that's fine with me.
I do want to mention the next sentence, and Mr. Moskovitz just brought this to my attention. There is, oh, okay. Dr. Lynn. That the next paragraph may address, at least in part, some of your concern, Ms. Lopez. Members are entitled to the information they require to make informed decisions on the matters before them, and shall have no lesser rights to district information from any other member of the public. When information is requested by a board member, the response will be provided to all board members with indicating which board member requested it without, it should say without, excuse me for that. That should say without. So I'll make that change as well.
Right, so it's saying that we have it, but
Without
nonetheless.
indicating which board member requested it, unless the matter is urgent. This will frequently take place during the normal weekly email briefing. So it doesn't address your concern 100%, but there is a mention here of being able to get information.
Okay, unless there are no further additions or changes or anything, then we'll have Mr. Strumfer read back the
modified
bylaw
motion
as we've,
when-
yeah, the bylaw with all the modifications.
I might need a Red Bull, but I'll give it a try. Okay, so the motion would be, and Mr. Otto, please correct me since it's your motion if I'm off here. With the following, the motion is to vote on 9,000 with the following amendments. Under the fourth bullet in the first section, ensuring that educators are heard, striking being heard and feel heard.
Right,
Okay.
good enough.
Next change that I have is to D. In alignment with board, it would read, in alignment with board goals and guardrails, providing guidance.
No. No, it is providing guidance, establishing budget priorities, and adopting the budget in alignment with board goals and guardrails.
Okay, I had it.
Yes.
Yep.
I had my clauses
Yes.
in the wrong spot. Okay. H, and number 2, upholding and representing the community's vision and values would be added.
Yes.
Yes.
Around student success.
Typo in 3A.
Typo in 3A
Yeah,
is the, right? Is that the typo?
yep.
And number 5, paragraph 4.
Actually, I think.
4C.
Yeah.
4C.
I'm sorry. Oh, correct. 4C, monitoring student achievement and program effectiveness and requiring program changes as necessary.
Yes, no, that's 5.
And then 5, fourth paragraph. If a board member makes a request that the superintendent believes will take a considerable amount of time for staff to complete or create, the superintendent shall notify the board president, who will place the issue on the next board meeting agenda for the full board to decide on.
I do have a question. Legal, the next paragraph says that members are entitled to the information they're required to make informed decisions on matters before them and shall have no lesser rights to district information from any other member of the public. So if that's stated there and then the board votes not to release that information because it's time consuming,
Right.
how do you reconcile that?
Sure, because under the Public Records Act, there is an exception to overly burdensome requests.
Right.
Okay, so I believe we're ready to vote on bylaw 9,000 with the modifications that were just read. So, Mr. Real, I will have you take a roll call vote.
Okay. Member Lopez,
No.
Vice President Otto,
Aye.
President Craighead,
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Aye.
And Member Miller.
Aye.
That passes 4-1.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Strumpfer. Next on the agenda, we have item 17.3, accept initial bargaining proposals from the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit A to Long Beach Unified School District. And this is an action item, so I'm going to need a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Item 17.4, accept initial bargaining proposals from the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit B to Long Beach Unified School District.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Item 17.5, approval of initial bargaining proposals from Long Beach Unified School District to the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit A and Unit B.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Item number 17.6, approval of memorandum of understanding between LBUSD and CSEA, Chapter 2, Units A and B.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Rockenbach, you might get out of here with these four.
No,
Can we
okay.
put this over till the next meeting, maybe?
No, we cannot. No, we cannot. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Item number 17.7, approval of declaration of need for fully qualified educators.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Quick 30-second explanation.
Yes. So this declaration of need for fully qualified educators, it's an annual form that all public school districts and charter schools have to submit to the CTC every year. It outlines the estimated number of emergency permits, internships, and general or special education limited assignment permits that will be requested throughout the school year.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Item 17.8, approval of resolution number 050725-B, intention to issue bonds in fiscal year 2025-2026, and requesting Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to establish the tax rates for bonds of the district expected to be sold during fiscal year 2025-2026, and authorizing necessary actions in connection therewith.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. 17.9, student outcomes focused governance implementation timeline. Although the cover sheet for item 17.9, Mr. Riel, did you have something to say? I forgot all
And
about
we do
that.
I want to apologize. This is a standing item that the board is directed to come back at each board meeting. And so when we put the standing item on, it carried over with the prior agenda description that occurred on the April 9th meeting. So those two items were actually addressed on the April 9th meeting. This should have come back just as a standing item with the timeline itself that was unmodified. What had occurred on the April 9th meeting was approval of the bylaw timeline and a directive to include that into the timeline itself, which will be updated, and that will go live online as well. And then it will come back, and then the new timeline will be in your next meeting and your standing item. And it's my understanding that this will be reviewed quarterly in terms of the the timeline, although it'll be on each agenda item for if there's a need for any discussion.
Thank you. So, although that was an administrative error, having that cover sheet, I will just uplift something that's been said maybe a couple of times tonight about the timeline being live. It's currently available on our website. It's live. When you look at the last column or the third column on the timeline, that is where our coach from the Council of Great City Schools keeps track if we're, keeps track of our status, whether we're on track to meet that line item or not, and that changes almost in real time. And we do meet weekly, our timeline implementation team, and we go over that. Mr. Miller, did you want to briefly mention something about community engagement?
This is the team is projecting the live timeline from our website.
Oh, so we can see it there.
Or not.
And you can see it, you may not be able to read it, the font is very small, I agree, but this is actually part of the timeline that we begin this discussion on community engagement.
Right. So first, I just want to give a quick refresher on really the purpose around our community engagement, and maybe start talking about some of the strategies that I'd like to bring back to you in future meetings. So real quickly, the board's role is to represent the vision and the values of the community. In order to do that job effectively, the board must first listen and understand the community's visions and its values. Obviously, our coaching has a very consistent manner of which we should be evaluating the community's vision and values. One that is highly suggested is that we don't do it every 36 months, right? Like we did when or at least we're getting close to that number in regards to the last time that we've been out. And so they request more frequent outreach when it comes to this work. So during engagement or outreach, boards should accomplish the following. And so these are just some of the suggestions. Is one, to listen for the vision and the values. Two is to train the community on its governance model, the framework in which we have additional points for including students and presenters and opportunities for training, just another opportunity to really engage with the community. Another piece to this is the framework awards additional points. This is from the tracker that gives us the points or whatever. Yes, the self-evaluation. The framework awards additional points when these community trainings are sufficient to cause it to be true that future board members experience training in the governance model prior to them being elected. So this is if there's other or future board members who have gotten involved due to the implementation of this training. Really, it's centered around, it's our opportunity to critique ourselves on if we are truly upholding the vision of the community. So the long and short of it is that we need to put together a proposed 12-month calendar that visits each district, and it would not be centered around electioneering. It wouldn't be centered around any of the activities that come with being in public office. It would truly be centered around the success we're having around our goals and guardrails. It would be truly centered around hearing input from our different districts. And it would truly be centered around some of the successes and activities that have occurred in each one of those goals so that the community is aware. So I know that there have been conversations in previous meetings where we've had concerns about people's availability to attend community meetings. And so I know that there's been conversations about having something on the weekends. I think that that's probably best suited for these types of activities. My proposal was, and once again, this is still very, very, let's call it a rough draft in nature. I was considering bi-monthly meetings, either a coffee or a lunch. You can consider whatever district has a very popular meeting space. But regardless, it would be a bi-monthly meeting while we'd be dark during the holidays, so in December or November or December. And so it would be January, March, so every 60 days, while not doing one in the months of November, December. To that, at each one of these community engagement events, there would be 2 board members present. I think that right now it would be ideal for the representing board member to be present at the one that's in their district, while also having a second board member from an outside district be in attendance. So technically, each board member would attend 2 a year. To that, we would go into those meetings with a firm schedule and a firm script so that the script does not change from one district to the next. So they're always receiving the same information. And they're also always, or let me take a step back. They're not always receiving the same information. They're always receiving the same information in principle. So it would be these 3 standardized topics. Now, obviously, we'd have to work with admin staff in regards to the information that is represented in those 3 topics. But all things considered, it will always be within that realm. So it standardizes what the information's about. And all things considered, I think that will accomplish the goal that we ultimately want for this vision, and that's hearing from our community, and more importantly, making sure that they understand and hear a lot of the work that's going on and opportunities to engage.
So at some point in the near future, we will have a formal draft
Correct.
of these recommendations, suggestions for us to
Correct.
consider, discuss, and vote on.
Correct. But I didn't want to put that into anything formal until we had a conversation, because I talked about a couple of principles, right? One was doing it every 60 days to a certain extent. Another one was having a firm script of what was said at each. What's that? All the districts. Correct. You're right. Visiting every district, having 2 board members present. And so are we all comfortable with that? Draft it up. All right. Do we have full consensus? I think that it only worked. Okay, great. So I can put something together that'll be a little bit more formal. I think the one piece that'll be important to this community engagement component in practice is thinking about centralized locations / activities for each one of our districts so that we can have the best turnout possible. Is that a neighborhood association meeting? Is it a? I don't think yeah. So don't go into that level of depth just yet. But I just want you to have those thoughts in mind as I put something at least in outline form, and I'll bring that to our next board meeting.
Thank you very much. And now we're at the board reports. So, Mr. Miller, we'll start with you.
Wait, I do have a question. So we weren't, so it was just information 17.9?
Yes, and we talked about the cover sheet being mistakenly repeated in this agenda. That was the same cover sheet from our previous meeting in April.
Okay, because I was going to have a comment on that
Yeah,
cover sheet.
because we've already voted on
Yeah.
the sequence of bylaws. We've already discussed the other information on that cover sheet. So the cover sheet was mistakenly added to this agenda.
What I don't recall from the previous cover sheet is that this one at least says that, so I do recall the starting to discuss the board bylaw 9,000 or board bylaws today, and then going through June, which I said there's a problem when people are attending graduations or taking family vacations. But this one says that additional bylaws may be developed and completed in July and August with a planned completion date by end of August 2025, and I don't recall that being in the other cover sheet.
The sequence of bylaws we talked about was for bylaw 9,000 to be discussed tonight, as we have, for May 19th, 9,015, 9,025, for June 4th, 9,020, 9,021, for June 18, 9,030, 9,033, for July 16th, 9,005, 9,012, 9,013, and 9,016, with the understanding that because we have 4 set to be discussed July 16th, if we don't get to those 4, which are brief, but if we don't get to those 4, we can roll those over to August.
Okay, because it says additional bylaws may be developed. So, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so we will go on to board reports. Mr. Miller.
So since we're here late, I wanted to give my life story. Maybe we hang out another 45 minutes or so. No. I'll be brief, but there are a couple of things that I just really wanted to highlight. First off, I think one of my favorite moments thus far in being in this role of the District 2 representative was being present for the ribbon cutting for the Center of Black Student Excellence. I caught myself holding back tears a couple of times while I was there, mainly because I can see the impact on future students like Abigail and Eric Jeremiah, right? I was very, very humbled at not only all of the work that have been put into making this vision happen, because there have been years and years of conversations about this work, but more importantly, the level of detail that went into the spaces, the folks involved, the future uses of the space. All things considered, even being in there, you could almost feel, and this was a part of Mr. Zaid's speech, where you could feel the blood, sweat, and tears that went into that place. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all of you that are here that maybe weren't able to be in attendance on Saturday, as I truly, truly am humbled at the opportunities for this next generation of black males and black females that have been in our district and unfortunately have historically maybe underperformed, that now there's a space that is going to be dedicated to them to shrink some of those cracks that some students have fallen in previous years. So I wanted to send a big kudos to everyone who had helped make Saturday happen. As like I said, it was beautiful, great turnout. Do we have a final number of how many folks were in attendance? Oh goodness, it was the who's of events. We had all the fancy politicians there, and the community showed up and showed out. All of the board was there. It was a great event. So once again, thank you. Speaking to that, there is another event that is coming up in just a few days in regards to affirmations of our black students, and that is the Black Grad. I don't know how many folks that are still left and watching have gotten an opportunity to swag surf, but swag surfing is a large thing that happens at the Black Grad. It is fantastic. If you don't know what swag surfing is, you got to Google it. It's fantastic. But I'm looking forward to celebrating with our students that have worked really hard for this moment. And graduations is my favorite part of this work, right? It's that opportunity to really, I really enjoy watching people work really hard for something and accomplish it. And that's what this graduation is about. So I'm looking forward to celebrating that and the Black Grad that happens on May 18th. Let me make sure. Yes, 2:30 to 5 o'clock, and it'll be at the Pyramid again. So if you can be in attendance, Please come out. As like I said, it is one of those events as it's just grown and over time, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful event. So I'm looking forward to it, and that'll be the end of my report.
Dr. Benitez?
Yes. Just building on Mr. Miller's comments, thank you to everyone that attended on Saturday and everyone that helped to make Saturday possible. The event in and of itself, can't say more than what you said, but the work continues for us, all right? I also want to thank our teachers. We read the resolution today. I continue to believe, that's why I'm still here, that teachers can change the world, and LBUSD teachers change the world every single day in and around our classrooms. So thank you to teachers. But we were also, in public comment, someone shared, it's National School Nurses Day today, so thank you to our school nurses as well. I want to also thank folks that have engaged with us, folks that have come out and made public comment, particularly students that have made public comment. Very proud of our board and district today for passing a strong immigration policy. Thank you for everyone that engaged and everyone on the district side to make sure that we keep our students and families safe. Word that was used on Saturday was protect, the importance of protecting students right now, and tonight's policy reflects and upholds that value. And a quick update, I did meet with Greg Klein from Council of Great City Schools for that mini training on tracking time. So we did some preliminary tracking of our meetings in April, and I will be reporting out according to what we agreed on quarterly on our time tracker on what we're doing during our time at school board meetings. That's my report.
Thank
I can
you,
tell you this, our stats on student outcome focused governance are going to be amazing after today's meeting.
Not according to that tool that we're using.
Oh, really?
Well, we'll see.
Mr. Otto?
Not that brief. So I'm just going to mention three things. First of all, last week was the Aquarium of the Pacific Film Festival, and there were three categories, and then there was the Best in Show. And the Best in Show was a student from Sato for the film that she had done, the 3-minute film that she had done, and I wrote her name down, but I left it in my office. But she should be recognized because she did a great job, and it was an amazing event, and lots of high school students did it. And it reminded me that the school district has such a good relationship with the Aquarium of the Pacific. We passed a new marine biology class tonight that I think deepens that relationship. The vice president for education is really a good person, and is very interested, and we've improved that relationship over the course of the last year, and that's terrific. And then I just wanted to say about the Center for Black Student Excellence that I was incredibly moved by the experience of being there, and what the highlight of it was for me was to just see the look on the faces of the people that were there. I mean, I tried to tell my wife about it afterwards, and it was such a well-done event. It's the kind of thing that you can't expect, but it was that, and it just shows that we can do that. I was worried about what I call being the tip of the spear on this controversial issue, and that, I don't want to call attention to ourselves, but at that event, I thought we absolutely had to. We did a great job of it, and I was so proud of what the district did in organizing and making that center happen. And I just I don't know what else to say. It was just fabulous. That's my report.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez?
Yes, I attended a number of events, including the Sankofa Parent Village meeting, the Los Cerritos Elementary School's 100-year celebration, GABE's annual scholarship fundraiser, the Uptown Jobs Summit in North Long Beach, the Black Student Achievement Initiative Symposium, and like everyone else, the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Center of Black Student Excellence. All wonderful and inspiring events. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all of those who were instrumental in bringing the Black Student Center to life. Dr. Pam Lovett, Dr. Elisa Taylor Stewart, Dr. Monica Cole Jackson, Amy Love, Chandler Taylor, Shavana Anderson Bird, Dr. Dwayna Bradley, Rainisha Brown, Dr. Kim Tabari, Charlene Tatum, Leslie Lewis, Erica May, Melissa Morgan, April Parker, Dr. Mary Alicia Paul, Dr. Lori Andrews, Aquilia Tabathy, Anaya Younger, Dr. Norma Spencer, Secolia Elliott, Jamila Jackson, and Jonah McGee. And hopefully I didn't leave anyone out, but if I did, I do apologize. I hope that you all know that your tirelessly advocacy, vision, and hard work were essential in making this center a reality. This new center stands as a testament to what is possible when people come together with purpose and passion. Thank you all for accepting anything less than a space where Black students could thrive, connect, and feel empowered. Without your commitment and courage, this may not have been possible. On a whole nother note, we are celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week, and I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank our educators for their unwavering dedication and impact. Teachers, the work that you do in the classroom every day is transformative and deeply valued. Today is also National Nurses Day and National Interpreters Appreciation Day. And I'd like to give a shout out to all of our interpreters, especially tonight. Look at the time and they're still here. So thank you all for all that you do. You are all appreciated. And one more thing, that we still have someone out in the audience, and I do want to thank you. I see you here every time we have a board meeting. Thank you for being here, and look at the time.
Viola May
you are
in the
appreciated.
house. Retired Viola.
Well, I'll join everybody by saying it was such a wonderful event on Saturday. Our Black Student Achievement Symposium, the ribbon cutting, the whole ceremony. A little bit of rain, but it didn't dampen our spirits. I also want to congratulate Los Cerritos on celebrating 100 years. They had a display with photos and artifacts throughout the decades. It was really fun to look at everything. Also, congratulations to Patrick Henry. They had a school-wide celebration for their CABE Seal of Excellence, and among other things, the students sang in Spanish while signing the song. So they're singing in one language, signing in another. It's amazing, and wonderful to experience. And then also I wanted to talk about an event at Lakewood High School that I had an opportunity to participate in, and that was with Miss Magana. She's the One World Club advisor in addition to her teaching responsibilities at Lakewood High School. But it's an annual event focusing on fundraising and spreading awareness in order to support women and children in Africa that don't have access to clean water. And so what her students do is they create kind of an obstacle course, and the students have to carry buckets of water kind of in a simulation to give them a feeling of what young people have to do, what they go through just to get clean water. And it was hard. I didn't have full buckets, but it was hard to do. And it gives you a real appreciation for the fact that they have to work so hard just to have clean water, and we take that kind of thing for granted. Just a couple of stats. In Cambodia, less than 25% have access to clean water, and almost half of all people in Angola lack access to clean water. But through this club, One World, the students fundraise. Miss Bagania matches their fundraising efforts. And so over the last couple of years, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 years, but 10 wells have been built through the efforts of these students. So it's really giving our students that global view. And so it's, act locally but think globally kind of thing, and having the students think outside themselves, outside their own experiences. Thank you, everyone. But actually, no, almost missed Dr. Baker. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. And I do have some things that I would like to celebrate tonight, just building on the deep gratitude that has been expressed for our teachers as we celebrate Teacher Appreciation, just amplifying that and thanking our teachers for the magic that happens in classrooms. They are the number one factor in what makes a difference for our students, and just want to continue all week as they're celebrated with their school communities. Our district is also celebrating them, and thank you for the resolution that you passed tonight. Similarly, National School Nurse Day. I just want to read just one line off of the National Association for School Nurses. It says, "School nurses are professional nurses that advance the well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievements of all students by serving on the front lines and providing a critical safety net for our nation's most fragile children." Thank you, nurses, for all that you do. Appreciate you've mentioned the Seal of Excellence that was received by Henry, and I want to thank the California Association of Bilingual Education. They had 6 to 8 of their board members there to celebrate with the Henry staff, talking to parents, talking to our students, talking to our teachers, and just expressing what it means to be a school that receives a Seal of Excellence. And it was really wonderful to have them from different locations in California there to celebrate with our Henry team. A great day of pride for them. A few others, 4 of our comprehensive high schools have received news from their WASC study that they have 6 years of accreditation coming to them, which is a great celebration. We have a couple more yet to receive their news, but a 6-year accreditation for Jordan, Cabrillo, Wilson, and Milligan so far, and we expect that for the remaining 2 comprehensive high schools. Good news from Cubberley. The Cubberley DEI committee from their Parent-Teacher Association was honored. They won the California State PTA Award for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for their Black History Month museum, which I know a couple of you got to see. So congratulations to Cubberley's PTA, and Lisa Delmer Edmonds is their Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee Chair. We had 2 schools participate in the national championship for drone soccer, and Sato, for the second time, is a national champion in drone soccer. Unfortunately, they had to compete against Cabrillo in the championship round. So we have a first and second place in our district, and really, really proud of the way those teams have worked together to support one another, even though one of them ultimately was awarded the championship in Sato. So congrats to both of them. Yes. And lastly, because there was so much beautiful talk about the symposium, our Black Student Achievement Symposium, and the opening of the center, I won't highlight that from my report, but will highlight that our students from the Migrant Education Program competed in the state speech and debate tournament. Out of 31 from Los Angeles County, 11 of them were from Long Beach Unified, in a state competition that included 350 students. And so here are 2 significant highlights. One highlight goes to Juliet Torres Carbajal, who is an 8th grader from Jefferson Leadership Academy, who placed first place in extemporaneous speech. It's good that I can still say that at 11 o'clock at night. And second place in prepared speech. repeating her victories from last year. Equally impressive was the performance of the high school debate team, composed of students from Poly, Nick Salazar, Milliken, Kevin Perez, Lakewood, Jaleesa Lopez Cardona, and Sato Caleb Toscano, who earned the tournament's most prestigious award, first place for the high school debate state champions. And then lastly, 4 students who proudly competed in the Spanish category at the tournament, showcasing not only their public speaking skills, but also their deep connection to their heritage language. So across the board, so much to be proud of for our students, for our teachers, for our PTAs, and for our schools who have earned their 6-year accreditation in WASC. Happy to end on that note.
Thank you. So finally, just a heartfelt thanks to all of our teachers, of course, and our nurses, our sign language interpreters, our interpreters. And so without objection, we will adjourn the meeting. Dr. Brown, I imagine this is a record? New record. Thank you, everyone. Good night or good morning, whichever you prefer.